let's hope I got all this right. Oh my god. Yeah, I should probably make that a bit smaller so I can see chat. Let's actually make sure it's working in the back end, wherever that is. Where did I leave the... Oh yeah, that's... There it is! Oh, so I don't... Okay, I'm already making mistakes!
It's been a while.
Not really, I just did 3 of these a few weeks ago covering Fallout. It's amazing how bad I am at this. So, how many weeks ago did this show fucking end? It's like 3 or 4 weeks ago at least,
I'm gonna
maybe
say
more.
February.
Yeah.
Maybe February.
Yeah, and here we are, literally the last day of March. It's like, well, now we'll finally stream it. Stream talking about it. This is mostly my fault. I've been meaning to rewatch it. I've been delayed and distracted and, you know, covering the Fallout show. I was actually very briefly considering doing this stream in between episodes of the Fallout coverage, and that obviously didn't end up happening. But yeah, we're here to talk about Night of the Seven Kingdoms today, which is a really, really good show.
And we wouldn't be talking about it otherwise. It's worth still doing, even if it's late.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And I have no game plan for this. I don't have any notes. I don't know, like, I have no direction except for just following what the show shows us in order, because I don't have it on screen for people watching the stream to see because of some of the content it contains. But I do have it up, and I'll be able to follow along with the episode and jump around as need be to talk about it. Highly recommend watching it. It's 6 episodes. It's approximately a 3-hour watch. Very well worth it. I guess with that out of the way, we might as well just get started into it.
Yeah.
So, the first episode starts with our main character, Dunk, digging a grave for, I guess, the knight he served. It's not his master, it's the knight he served. Sir Arlen a Pennytree. And, this is basically the only person in his life at this point, the person who's been training him all this time, and he doesn't really know what to do now that the knight is dead. He's just been following him for not his entire life, as we'll see later, but for quite a while. And he's thinking, hey, if I sold his horses, I could eat like a king, but that would only last for a year, and that ends in being a bandit or a beggar. Then he's like, oh, well, I could join the city watch, and of course we get the fucking meme of, stop raping, sir. It's fucking great.
I forgot about that.
That's why you should have rewatched it, Pagan.
I don't have the episodes, and I didn't want you to have to send them to me.
Wow. Look at this rodent. Anyways, he eventually decides on going to a tourney that happens to be happening. Poor wording on my choice. Happens to be happening. At a place called Ashford. And that's where basically the entire show takes place. Much of the story revolves around him trying to get into this tourney and trying to get equipment for it, and little incident happens along the way that becomes the main, yeah, I guess main focus of the story after that.
Yeah, and it already feels a lot more refreshing than something like House of the Dragon, where you get royalties, you get who's in line for the throne and drama. And here it's just, oh, this squire dude burying his parental figure and then going to attorney for
Yeah.
a joust. That's the stakes so far. So it feels kind of surprising in the Game of Thrones kind of world.
Yeah, it's
I forget the official term for it. The
well, yeah, it's
what's
more
the
uplifting and
yeah.
optimistic, and it's very much a story of, you know, through hardship, the good guy winning, which kind of like you were saying, we don't really see often in Game of Thrones, especially you know, the TV show that had a dog shit ending and a not so great last 4 seasons. Um and yeah, that's one of the standout things about the show too that I've really enjoyed is it's just a guy trying to be a good person and somewhat dealing with the consequences of that within this world.
Definitely.
It also gives more of the perspective of the small folk in Westeros. Yeah, it's
Yeah, Doug's from Flea Bottom.
yes, and it was pointed out to me I
mentioned it.
forgot it on top chat instead of live chat. If only YouTube would have a default setting for this, you know? Anyways, it's also, like, again, it's only 3 hours long, 6 episodes. It's still a bit of a slow burn in some ways, but
The first episode is the longest.
the first episode is the longest? Yeah, it's 41 minutes. And, like, yeah, a bit of a slow burn early on, but well worth it. It's not wasting time. It's building up the characters and this era of the world, I guess, very well.
Would you guys have rather just an interesting little question, binge watched all of it from the start, or watched it episode week to week?
So that's the thing is me and Pagan did kind of binge watch it. We waited for, I waited until 5 of the 6 episodes were out, and I said to Pagan, hey, we're gonna watch this thing. Join a call with me. You don't have a choice. And we watched these first 5 episodes, and Pagan thought I only had 4 of them at first, and when we got to the end of the 4th episode, Pagan was like, shit, I want the next episode. It's like, well, good thing I do have the next episode. It's a final episode I don't, because it's not out yet.
It was an annoying experience to watch it week to week, especially since they were so short. That's my only complaint about the show. The episodes just felt far too short. But I guess because they were so short, I continued on. But when I watched like the first episode, I'm like, oh, okay, this is cool. I'm not really that invested. And now, by the end of it, I'm completely invested. I even met the actors at Comic-Con Dublin.
Oh,
got
nice.
the book signed and a photo of them. I like this show that much that I spent my money that much. So, yeah, I guess what I'm trying to argue is in favor of weekly, even though it's short. It does get you much more invested and something to look forward to week.
Yeah, like I said, we watched it sort of binge personally, but I do like the weekly model because it gives you something to talk about every week if you want to do that kind of thing, and it lets you hang on to each episode and think about it a bit because I know when we watched the first 5 episodes, I was mostly thinking about episode 5 the next day at work, dying to get the next episode. So I do think weekly is generally a better model for shows like this. I think
No, they should do the Amazing Digital Circus approach and just release one episode every 2 to 3 months
or more.
Yeah.
Like
Um,
Netflix does it weirdly, like with Stranger Things, like 3 episodes, then wait 2 months or something. Like, okay, that's still terrible, but
Man,
thanks for that, Netflix.
I'm glad I never got into Stranger Things, hearing how that all went down.
Good lord, I just it's like someone else wrote season 4 and then someone else wrote season 5. It's the same people. Like they have no memory of what happened last time. I was just
Yeah.
and like there was a behind the scenes footage, and one of the writers did have like ChatGPT in one of his tabs.
Oh boy.
So
Oh boy.
maybe that's why it felt so generic and then poorly thought out. But yeah.
The other thing about this show too is there's likely, I don't want to call it fatigue, but there's likely a lot of people who are just, I guess, wary of anything taking place in this universe after the way Game of Thrones ended, because you can't overstate like what a drop off that was with Game of Thrones, where it was like the most popular show
Yeah.
during its early to mid run, like seasons 2 to, I want to say, 5 or 6. Uh, talking purely popularity, it was probably the biggest thing out there at the time.
And you could even argue like House of the Dragon kind of resurrected that excitement, but then again dropped off at season 2
So that's the
with
thing.
those whatever episodes.
Me and Pagan have watched the first 2 or 3 episodes, I want to say, of House of the Dragon. We haven't finished it yet, or of season 2 of House of the Dragon, and we haven't finished it. Not for any particular reason. It's not that we heard bad stuff and didn't finish it. It's just that we ended up completely accidentally not continuing it. We probably will at some point. What I've heard of season 2 is that it has a disappointing ending, but that's largely because a battle that should have been at the end of season 2 was cut for the beginning of season 3 instead.
I think the excuse was strikes, but
Okay.
to what extent that was true, I don't know. Like they just felt incredibly. We're gonna cut there. You know, things there. Yep, this is a season 2 finale, and it just felt nothing like that.
Yeah, it didn't
And
feel like the finale should.
people keep shipping like the two queens,
God.
even though I'm pretty sure the other queen is like not mentioned at all from this point in her life. That they're not mentioned at all. So House of the Dragon is a bit of a weird one. While this, it is something so much more simpler to invest yourself with. Just it's a Knight's Tale.
Yeah.
Pure and simply, and it's kind of endearing.
Yeah, like I said,
I was worried.
Go ahead.
I was worried at first when Cree was telling me stuff about it that was in the episode, like the first episode. And I was like, oh no. So I was a little worried.
Well,
But
yeah,
I think by the end of
I remember the main thing I told you that I heard was the fucking poop joke at the start.
yeah.
It's like
that and the big floppy man. And I was like, oh god. I was like, is it literally just gonna be a bunch of like really stupid jokes making fun of like the series or whatever? But nah, it was fine. I think by the end of episode 2, I was pretty well like I felt safe.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a good show.
Yeah, like by the end of episode 1, episode 2, you know they're not gonna make any Fallout show tier jokes. Which is especially a big deal since we just got finished watching Fallout Season 2 at the time, and that was nothing but dumb joke after dumb joke after dumb fucking joke.
Yeah.
It's
like
sorry,
the Game of Thrones.
It just made this show extra refreshing after watching that, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like the Game of Thrones theme play joke. Like, what did the writer mean by this? I wonder. that was like the recurring thing.
Yeah. It might not land so well if you're not so invested in Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon. Again, I've only gotten Pagan up to the end of season 4 of Game of Thrones. He hasn't seen the bad era of Game of Thrones yet.
Okay.
But yeah, for those of us who have seen the end of Game of Thrones, and I guess for those of you who have seen the end of season 2 of House of the Dragon, it's like, yeah, that seems like a bit of a remark there for the show to start off on, with the Game of Thrones theme swelling, just to cut to that. And then, of course, we have a line in, I think it's the final episode from Sir Arlen, who's like, that seems like a bit of a poke at George.
Yep. A knight always finishes story.
Yep.
I've not got. I wonder if that.
I
It'd be funny if
don't
it
believe
was.
it is.
Okay,
Because
that's better.
I mentioned this before we started the stream. I ended up listening to the audiobook of this, like after we finished watching episode 6, and the adaptation, this show, sticks fairly close to that. We do get a bunch of stuff that isn't in the book. So, like, all of Dunk's interactions with Lionel Baratheon just aren't in the book. Lionel's, like, the extent of his appearance is Dunk watching him fight other people, and Lionel joining him for the Trial of Seven towards the end. Whereas in this show, he's like a much bigger character, and
much more involved. That's interesting.
yeah, and honestly, I'm glad they include him too, because he ends up being one of the better characters here too.
And like the fossil ways with their like Apple jokes is just
Yeah, it's almost kind of like, I shouldn't say almost. It is very like cheesy and corny that they constantly make Apple-based puns, but it's also kind of endearing. It's not annoying. It is very endearing, where it's like, oh yeah, he's rotten to the core. He's too ripe. Knock the seeds out of him.
The one of my favorite jokes is when albeit a whole lot safer, something like that, and that's just such a gold line.
Yeah.
Because that I guess Joffrey kind of stand-in. He thinks of himself as like a literal dragon.
Yeah.
Sigil.
Because one of them says in the show that, oh yeah, he views himself as a dragon in human form, and I don't know how big of a role this character will play in the future, but there's something that happens with him that I don't necessarily know if I want to spoil for Pagan. It's like not the biggest. Well, it I guess it is kind of a big deal, but again, I don't know how big of a role it will play in the story later on. And it is actually something that's mentioned in Game of Thrones. Pagan has heard this character get mentioned and what happens to him in Game of Thrones. It's just with such a big gap between watching that and watching this and not realizing that this is that character, he probably doesn't even remember the line, you know? How do you feel about it, Pagan?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
That's what I thought. Do you care if I spoil what happens to this character or not?
No, I don't care.
So, the big bad of this season, isn't like Arion or Arion Targaryen? He's the one who breaks the puppeteer's finger. He's the one that we're told in Game of Thrones drank wildfire thinking that it would turn him into a dragon. And that's how he fucking dies.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have been spoiled to spoil from further from the lore that Egg might become king, and for that to happen,
there's a lot of people that need to die for him to become king.
So it's it's surprising to me that he dies in like due to like Darwin's evolution theory. Only the strong survive. So he dies basically of stupidity. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, honestly, with the attitude the character has, it's not surprising that he dies of stupidity, basically, where it's like, The only reason this guy is still alive at this point is because he's literal royalty.
Yeah.
Only.
When you mentioned that, I haven't seen the bad seasons of Game of Thrones yet.
Oh, we'll get there.
I all that came to my head was just like, what? No, what do you mean it gets bad? It can't possibly get bad. It's so good. You're lying to me. You raised my hopes and dashed them quite expertly, sir. Bravo.
I love that clip so much. I need to find a way to put that in a video.
Only like 14 people ahead of King. Wow.
Yeah, 14
What-
people
what-
need
what
to
happened?
die.
What the hell happened?
A little bit bad luck.
Yeah, I'm sure. No one assassinated them or anything, right?
Fucking Voices is always in chat. Me when I drank dragon piss to become a dragon and end up dying of sepsis instead. Bruh.
Oh.
Anyways, getting back on track, Dunk travels down the road and reaches an inn. You know, he gets some food, and there's a drunk person there who's like, I dreamed of you, stay the fuck away from me. And he kind of wanders off. It's like, oh, that's weird. Wonder if that'll be relevant to anything later. Probably not.
He does seem like the book mentions some more details about him, but I think I like the show's interpretation of him. He's more of a drunk.
Yeah.
Whereas in the book he was just going to halls and stuff like that. He seemed much more like younger and more kind of haunted by his dreams rather than something in the book. Yeah, I liked this character. He does come back. And if I'm not mistaken, House of Dragon also has people who have dreams that can potentially describe the future.
Yeah.
Does he say like the lines here, like you are going to kill a dragon or something?
No, we get that in episode 4, I believe.
Yeah, it's way later
okay.
that comes
That's
up.
later.
Yeah.
I just like how he gets up and like just says tells him to stay away because he saw him in his dreams and walks away. And I'm just imagining the innkeeper later being like, the inn patrons get a little quirky at night.
No.
The guy's up there on the fucking stairs clapping his cheeks, just fucking twerking.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't know the meme? Oh my god, he doesn't know the meme.
Does he know?
No,
I don't
Does
fucking
he know? He
I don't
doesn't
know
the meme is fucking it's literally that line. It's the line from Five Nights at Freddy's of the guy being like, oh, the animatronics get a little quirky at night, and then it's literally just fucking Freddy twerking.
Bruh. What the fuck?
Of course, the Five Nights at Freddy's meme. Like, why would it be anything else?
Oh god, the animatronics get a little quirked up at night. Thank you, Buttons.
Exactly.
Also, I need to grab this message. I crashed my Skyrim to get that chat message off. You're welcome, and that's from Voices. You deserve your Skyrim to get crashed for playing Skyrim. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly. Deserve.
My PC.
Anyways, there's also a small bald child here who Dunk is like, oh, you're the stable boy, take care of my horses. And he asks if he's a stable boy, and he doesn't answer.
He assumes. No,
Yeah.
he doesn't answer. Dunk. It's supported in the book and in the show. He assumes
Yeah.
a lot of stuff and just runs with it. Like, oh, okay, passing thought here. Egg doesn't necessarily lie.
He does mislead him though, because after
Yeah.
after Dunk is done eating, He goes to the stable to pick up his horses, and of course, Egg is on the horse in the armor, like playing knight basically.
Yeah,
And
there's a like a great image of that in the graphic novel of him just having the helmet on, riding the horse. Really wholesome one. Really
nice.
wholesome image.
But anyways, there's a bit of a back and forth, and Dunk is essentially like, "Hey, I should tell your mother what you've been doing," assuming the innkeep is the mother, and Egg is like, "Oh, my mother's dead," and he's like, "Oh, are you an orphan then?" And then Egg responds, "Are you?" So he never answers the question. He answers with his own question basically, and you see this all
Don't
throughout
just
the
get described. Yeah, and then he just answers that. Yeah.
yeah. And you see this a lot in this show, at least for the first 3 to 4 episodes, basically. No, yeah, there's the first 3 episodes where there's a bunch of times where Egg will just be vague about his questions, or he'll give partial answers, or won't answer at all, or will respond to questions with his own question, like he did here. Because Dunk was like, "Oh, I'll have to drag you home then." When Egg shows up at the camp at the tourney, then Egg is like, "Oh, you'd have to go all the way to King's Landing for that." It's like, "Oh, so you're from King's Landing then? You from Flea Bottom?" And Egg is like, "No." And he just leaves it there. He doesn't say where he's actually from, constantly avoiding answering like giving any information that would give it away, basically.
Yeah, and because Dunk is like from Flea Bottom, he's just like, oh, he's where from I am from. Oh, that's swell. Never thinking too much about it. And there's always like little hints. Um,
There's a lot of good little moments and
yes,
hints with
like he throws him like the copper coin, and he was like, oh, he'll definitely scramble that up, but
yeah, he'll pick that up
um,
when I'm
he,
gone.
but he doesn't. Um, he's not interested in the coin or anything. He's more interested in Dunk because I think if it was any other knight that Egg had met, that knight I think would have been a lot more strict.
Yeah.
If they assume this is just a peasant boy, but Dunk's not like that. He's very respectable. He's no hitting the child or anything like that.
He certainly threatens him a lot with it. I'll give
Yes,
you a
yes.
clout in the ear if you do that.
But I think like another knight would definitely hit him for
Yeah.
instance. It's what it's like described like in the book. Like positions of power or class are very important. But because Dunk has a good heart, he's not like really like hard on him or anything like that. Which is nice. They get along well, even
Yeah.
in that brief interaction in the stable.
Yeah. And it ends up being a great dynamic throughout the show. One of my favorite moments, I know I'm jumping way ahead here, but Dunk is talking to Egg about, like, "Oh yeah, I'm sure you'll be a fine knight one day." And then Egg is all like, "Yeah, but I've always been small for my age." And Dunk is just like, "Yeah, well, people have always called me dumb." And Egg is just sitting there like, "And?" And Dunk is like, "And what?" And Egg's reaction is really funny because he's like, throws his hands up in confusion, like, "What do you mean you're not continuing? You're supposed to say
Yeah.
something encouraging."
I fucking love that reaction. I think that was when I realized that the show was going to be really good from there, because that reaction was so genuine and so perfect that it was like, oh my god, that's great.
Chemistry is
Yeah, and just being like,
great.
"What?"
It helps that the actors like each other too as well.
Yeah, there's they play the roles really good. I can't wait for season 2.
Have you heard about the Brown Knight?
Yeah, I have heard about that. I don't think Pagan has though.
What?
So they've announced some casting for season 2, and in true modern TV show fashion, there's been a race swap.
Yeah, but it's a
The
funny race swap.
the I haven't read the short story, so I'm not familiar with the characters, so correct me if I'm wrong on anything, True Pop. The dirty, smelly, thieving, untrustworthy knight has been turned into a black guy for the adaptation. Which is, you know, that's a choice.
Oh, it makes me worry that same like with ironically with the Snape casting.
Oh,
That
God.
as soon as the race swap happens, they'll make them more sympathetic. Like, how about not race swapping them in the first place, or actually play them as a bad character?
I, for
Like,
one,
there are
am
certain swaps that you just don't like. Especially with Harry Potter, you could have gotten away with any race swap you wanted to. Apart from these, because they might raise an eyebrow, but I guess no character is off limits when it comes to race swaps, which is weird.
Are you telling me you're not excited to see Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Fent?
As soon as they like test out Boggarts, it comes up Neville's turn, and he just sees a black man coming out the closet.
Yeah, I saw a
Huh.
meme of that the other day. It's just what's his name from Dexter sitting in his car with a suspicious expression. It's like Dean Thomas when a black man comes out of Neville's closet as his greatest fear.
Harry, someone stole the Philosopher's Stone, and Harry just stares at Snape. I'm suspicious.
Dude, it's such a bad casting. This will genuinely go down as one of the stupidest decisions in modern media.
Next thing you know, they'll race swap like fucking Tarzan or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, God.
It's as stupid as that. There are some characters you do not race. I don't know what they're thinking, like at all. Like, do they consider plot for in sake of casting? It just shows me like, oh, we're casting a wizard who's a teacher who's a bit of a meanie. That's all they know about this character. They don't know the details. They don't know further on. James Potter hangs Snape by the leg from a tree. And it's like, did you think about that when casting him? Did the actor think about this when he accepted the role? It's just no one thinks about the source material or what it's going to be like, unless they're going to drastically change it, which definitely
it's crazy how much they do that too, where they race swap someone and then the character they decide to race swap is like the worst person you could have chose. Like, out of all the characters that you could race swap, they always pick the worst one because of the implications every single time. And it really does make me think that, like, they're racist. They're a little racist. They say they're not, but you know they're a little bit racist.
Not just that.
And even when they don't pick the wrong one, even when they pick someone who is like, oh, that's not a big deal that they race swap this person, they make it a big deal because they change the entire character where it's like, oh, this character who was honorable and good and, you know, like was a very upstanding person in the original. Oh, well, you know, now it'll be, you know, like he'll still be that way, but black. No, they have to change it where, oh, yeah, we also changed this character. So now he's a fucking pathetic cuck loser who like abandons his daughter, abandons his kids, can't remember their name, is a coward, runs away from everything, is the opposite of honorable.
Wow, what could you possibly be referring to here, Pagan? See,
that's the thing. I could be referring to several different instances.
So, when you're going on your rant about them making it the worst character, I was going to like butt in and say they also will ruin characters, and then you got to it before I could, because I was thinking of Jet Black from Cowboy Bebop, because they turned him into a fucking cuck.
Yep, I was thinking of
wherever the blackmail.
I was thinking
joke?
of Jet.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Jet, and I was also thinking of oh shit, I can't remember his name. Commander Keyes in the Halo show,
Right,
and how they race
yeah.
swapped him and turned him into a fucking cuck loser that nobody listens to.
It's like, how do we make a character more interesting? And then they just like wiggle their fingers. Whoa, we change his skin color. That will make him even more special. It's like, skin color should not matter here. It's how you write the character. But they just see like the aesthetics of it. You know, they want the recognition of making this story. Therefore, all they care about is the aesthetics. Oh, we gave a huge role to a minority. Give us a clap on the back. That's all it is. No
Yeah,
regard for story at all.
it is extremely tiring with all these like changes to shows and books and movies and stuff. Because like it's disappointing because the trailer for the Harry Potter show actually does look pretty decent. Some of these castings look pretty good. John Lithgow is Dumbledore. Um, and I know some people have been complaining about Nick Frost's voice as Hagrid, but he actually looks good as Hagrid.
Hmm.
So for them to like completely ruin it with this release change Snape, it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
And I hope the Brown Eye won't be as sympathetic. They just go, yeah, he's a scumbag. End of. All right, because like you can't, just because of the skin color, you can't have him be a bad guy. That's not fair at all.
I have to grab another comment from Voices. How would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast yesterday, Professor Snape? Ah, but I did eat breakfast, Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor.
Oh.
We got off track again, but that is literally the name of the show. We just tangent constantly. Getting back on track, Dunk arrives to Ashford, and he wants
The
to
music is really good, by the way. The Coming to Ashford, I think it's called track. I recommend the listen. It's very medievally, very vibey. I like it a lot.
I'll have to give it a proper listen without the show, because I'm usually focusing on, you know, what's actually happening on screen, less so to the music, unless it's really like super standout music. But yeah, I'll have to check that out. But yeah, Dunk tries to sign up, and it's the tourney is only for knights. Luckily for Dunk, he is apparently a knight. He claims to be one. Unluckily for him, there's no one to verify that claim. So he has to.
And we never see it either.
Yeah, we never actually get it confirmed. Like, there's implications, but it's never outright said that he didn't get knighted. But either way, he has to find a sponsor. And something I want to mention here, it's not like the funniest joke ever, but walking in, he's so focused on like, oh, this is a guy I have to sign up with, that he bumps his head on the door frame because he is so tall. Then on the way out, Buddy says to him, he tells him, oh, by the way, if you lose your horses, your armor, your arms. You have the winner will have to ransom it back to you. Do you have coin for that? And Dunk is like, Gods no. And then I forget what he says after that, but he turns and goes to walk out the door and bumps his head again. And again, it's a funny and understandable little joke where it's like, oh, you know what? That makes sense for the character. He's distracted. He's got his mind on specific things. This is a matter of his future to him. All this is working really well. It's a, funny little joke. And I want to take a minute to compare that to the Fallout show. I promise I'll try not to bring up Fallout too much. It's still on the mind. I'm still scripting the fucking video. But
apart from you, Creetosis, I have hardly ever hear people talk about season 2 at all compared to season 1.
It is dog shit. Just wait until my full video comes out. But anyways, there's a moment in that show where one of the characters puts on power armor, and he's not used to wearing power armor, but he's trying to pretend to be a Brotherhood paladin, so someone who's very high ranking in the Brotherhood, and he tries to walk out this building and bumps his head into a door. It's like, okay, that's not great. I expect the character to be a bit more intelligent than that. And then he walks into it a second time and a third time before finally ducking down and coming out. And it's not comedic. It's obviously supposed to be like funny, haha, but it's just cringe and stupid and fucking irritating and annoying. And it ruins like the stakes of the scene of, oh, this important character just got killed. We need to fake that he's alive until we accomplish some goal. And it's like, you've already fucked it though. Just a little comparison I wanted to bring up because again, after suffering through that awful show, watching Night of the Seven Kingdoms was extra refreshing because it's got likable characters, it's got funny jokes, it's got stakes that you get invested in. You're invested in the characters and what's going on. This show is genuinely really good, and it's just such a stark difference after, like, immediately after going through Fallout Season 2.
It's simple and definitely hard to mess up in its execution because yeah, it's the story of a knight's tale. There's no deconstruction or anything like that. Just simple stakes with everyday small folk people,
Yeah.
which is why it's so easy to connect with. And yeah, the jokes don't, well, apart from the poop one and and the schlong in episode 2. They don't like distract from the show itself. Like you go
Well, yeah,
grind it to an extreme halt. Like everyone laugh. This is the part where you laugh. We can't hold a serious conversation
yeah.
for 5 seconds.
Yeah, there's
And
times in
then you have-
Fallout where it feels like the show is stopping and waiting for a laugh track that never plays. So you can have time to laugh at the joke. And again, the big difference is the humor in Fallout is constantly undermining the characters, the stakes, the setting, the world, like everything. Whereas here, they're balancing the comedy in a way that doesn't make a mockery of the characters or world. It doesn't drag them down or ruin them in any way.
Yep. So it's like, what are the stakes here? Dunk loses all of his stuff. He lets his friends down. He probably dies homeless on the streets, and the world will move on. That's the stakes. Then maybe something like in House of Dragon. Oh, maybe this king is going to be a terrible person. He's going to burn down a village, an entire village of people, with this stupid war that's going on. So yeah, it's definitely more digestible in that sense.
Yeah.
And it's something we, the common people, think about. Am I going to end up on the streets?
Yeah, everyone's gotta find a means to live, and this is Dunk trying to find his. He wants to get some money from the tourney and prove himself as a valuable fighter so he can earn service under some lord, basically.
Yep. A hedge knight, my brother kind of explained it to me, is like kind of like a unemployed knight looking for work. And yeah, he sleeps under a tree, as we get later on in the episodes. He doesn't even have a tent, and he just uses the branches as a kind of hanger for his clothes, which is nice. But I wouldn't want to do that every day. Like,
Yeah.
if the grass didn't have bugs, I would sleep on the grass. All right, comfortably. Oh.
Yeah, they're called hedge knights because, like you said, it's unemployed knights, and they would typically sleep in like the hedgerows, of like outside of castles or villages and stuff like that, and that's why they became known as hedge knights.
Nice detail. getting back into it, we have Dunk run into the Fossaways with Sir Stefan Fossaway beating Raymond Fossaway,
Hmm.
who's a
Oh,
squire. Hmm?
something I wanted to mention. I reckon Dunk could have easily gotten in the tourney quite easily if there weren't much more like royalty participating in it, like the Targaryens. If it was because Ashford is like a backwater tourney, but the Targaryens they kind of want to participate in everything now since they don't have dragons. Um, they kind of want to display the power as much as possible everywhere. So I think if it was just like a low league kind of tourney, I think that guy wouldn't have cared whether you're a knight or not, whether you're a sellsword or not, and written him on the list. So it's like a kind of added challenge that he has to prove himself to be a knight.
Yeah,
Because
there's higher standards to allow him in.
yeah,
Yeah.
just definitely serves him to work on his character other than just walking in and saying, "Yeah, I'm a knight."
Another thing I want to mention too, though, since we're at the scene with the Fossaways where they first get introduced, is they're doing their little apple puns, but I think it's worth pointing out that the show constantly flags Stefan Fossaway as untrustworthy, because here we have Raymond say, "Oh, I may not be ripe, but my cousin's rotten to the core." And then there's further allusions to this in later episodes where it's like, I don't think they outright say he's untrustworthy, but they say stuff like that that gives the impression of him being an untrustworthy person, which ends up coming into play in the 5th episode. Or no, it's the 4th episode that really comes in again. Just a little
I
thing.
wonder if there's any other knights named after vegetables or fruits or foods in the Game of Thrones as well.
Well, they're not. Wait, is Fossaway a type of apple, or is that just like a name that was made up for this world? Because they that if that's not an apple name, then they're not necessarily named after apples. It's just that
I
that's
don't
their
think
house
so.
sigil, and they use it as puns, which I'm sure other houses. Yes, it is a type of apple. Oh,
Oh my goodness.
oh my
triple,
god.
triple the apples. And at the end of the season, Fosterway here is baking an apple pie. Well, technically he isn't, but I still wanted to do a pun. But hey,
um.
Right.
Right. Dunk finds the main camp too noisy, and he has no tent of his own to put up, so he finds an elm tree to, set up under, tie his horses to, keep his gear. This is his camp, away from everything, and it's a location we'll be returning to a lot through this season. It's kind of iconic, even though, like, despite the fact that it's, I guess, uniconic, it's iconic for that reason. It ends up being what gets painted on his shield later on too. This tree, but
Can't remember. I think they filmed it in Wales, and I at least I think so.
that makes
So
sense.
yeah, it's a nice little landscape.
Just skipping ahead. And I'm going through this a bit fast, as ironic as that might sound. 48 minutes into the stream, and we're still on episode 1. There is a bunch of stuff I'm going to skip for the sake of time. Dunk is going around trying to like talk to different knights that him and Arlen have served under, and right now he's trying to get to Dondarrion, who's he's sleeping earlier and he's sleeping still, and his two, I guess,
Yeah,
whores, or they're
making
um
fun.
yeah, making fun. I was trying to think of the word. Fuck, I hate uh when you can't remember the word, but yeah, they're poking fun at Dunk, and there's just this nice little moment of, "Must you mock me?" or he says something to that effect, and they're like, "Oh, we're sorry." Yeah, he does say, "Must you mock me? I was only asking for a bit of help." And then they were like, "Oh, we're sorry. It's just, they see a lot of people who come to these tournaments who wish to make a name for themselves and don't end up amounting to much or end up dying in these tournaments." So
Because like Dunk is like himself a lot of the time.
yeah,
Um, the people who interact with him kind of like they're kind of endeared to him in a certain sense because oh he's simple, he's not someone I need to be careful around necessarily.
yeah,
He's honest. I can interact with him honestly, and
yeah.
I loved like the cutaway as well gags. Um, when Dunk was like telling about Sir Alan, like, but he suffered an injury, and it just shows Sir Alan like shot with an arrow and it being pulled out, and
Yeah,
him just screaming. Like those cutaway gags were just great. Sir Alan is, even though he passed away, he's featured a lot um throughout the show.
yeah,
And even in like episode 2, I'm always like wondering what the hell does Dunk see in Sir Alan? Like, why does he look up to him so much? That's the kind of question that I was asking myself when I was watching it week to week. It does get answered by episode 5, where I was like, oh,
yeah.
that's why.
I think
But
they
yeah,
handled that well, where it's like Dunk constantly talks about how great this guy is, but we don't actually see it, and it's like, well, why? And then when we finally
but
get
yeah,
it, it's like
maybe
that's
yeah,
a pretty good setup
the
and
reason,
payoff for that
yeah,
character, who's already dead,
because
like literally at the start of the show.
we're seeing like clips of him and how Dunk talks about it, and there's like a mismatch. Like this dude, he didn't win any tourneys. No one remembers him um in this tourney. Like what did Silent's life amount to?
Yeah,
Pretty much nothing. Um
yeah, and Dunk even
and Dunk just
laments
wants to
that
make
at
him
one
proud.
point, where it's like, what am I doing here type thing. There's no chance I can win this tourney. Sir Arlen never did. He had no home of his own, no heirs, and died on the side of a road basically.
Yep.
So yeah, it's all like put together and done very well with the setups and payoffs. Where it's like, no, Arlen was actually fucking pretty cool. Sorry, I was just grabbing a drink. Oh, I think I muted the wrong thing too. Whoops. Oh well, too late now.
Ah, I don't want to skip ahead, so I'll wait. But there is a scene that I really like with Arlen later that is great because it really shows like how good of a person he is, but also at the same time he's completely fucking sloshed while doing it, which makes it
Yeah.
even funnier at the outcome.
Are you talking about the flashback at King's Landing?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we'll
Yeah,
definitely get there.
yeah, eventually. What else happens in episode 1? I
Okay, so
think
um
he goes around and meets Egg at the tent, right?
well, we're getting to that. The Sir Dondarian's horrors, say he's still asleep. He's busy right now, so he can't talk. Dunk sees the puppet show where the
Hansel
woman has
Twofold.
the knight that slays the dragon, which becomes very relevant later on as well. Again, it doesn't feel like any screen time in this show is wasted. It's all put to very good use.
Yeah.
Um, After that, he runs into Raymond Fossaway again, who drags him off to Lionel Baratheon's tent, where they're feasting and dancing, and it's kind of a funny scene. Again, this is entirely new for the show. This didn't exist in the book, but Dunk sits down, has some food. Lionel tries to do his speech, and he fucking forgets what he was going to say. And he's like, "Oh, fuck it. Here's some money to whoever does something. I missed what he said. Um, I'm just waiting for the show to catch up to the point where I can read the subtitles. Oh God. 100 gold to the man, beast, or god who sticks me best. I have no idea what the fuck that's supposed to mean. But yeah, they feast and then they dance. Dunk keeps looking over at him, and then he notices, oh wait, the guy next to Lionel is waving me over for some reason. And this is where they first meet, and it's a great little fucking encounter. I love this, where again, Dunk, he's kind of, I should say kind of, he's very awkward. He how to describe it? It's like
In the book, I would say he's like straightforward.
Yeah, he is straightforward. He's not dumb. It's just that it seems like he has a bit of trouble, I guess, in social situations, if that makes sense. Where he doesn't always have the right words, or he just doesn't know how to deal with the nobles, I guess.
Oh, definitely. And Lionel is there, just like, have you come to kill me in my tents or rob me of my things and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, so
and
the
just
way
like stuffing his face with cake or whatever he's eating.
The way it's built up is, oh, do you ever get punched in the face? Big men get punched more than little men. Did you know that? Because he's calling out Dunk for like, hey, you've been like slouching and trying to seem small this entire time. The gods gave you that height. You should use it. And then Lionel asked, okay, what did you bring me? And Dunk was like, oh, nothing. I don't have anything to give. And then that's when Lionel's like, oh, well, there's only two reasons someone would come to my tent. Either to kiss my ass and try to gain my favor, or to kill me. So you must be here to kill me. And Duck's like, no, no, I'm not here to kill you. And he's like, so why are you here? And Dunk, he's still holding like a tart full of a pastry with fruit on it. And he's like, I'm here for the food. And then Lionel's like, oh yeah, that does actually make sense, yeah. It's such a great little interaction.
Yeah,
it was like, do we hang? Do we hang him or drown him? Yes, we drown him.
Are you a heretic? What do we do with heretics? Do we burn them, drown them, hang them? We burn them, sir. All right.
It's like a grimdark little like humor, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love his character. It's great. He's just this fucking dude who just doesn't give a shit. He's just like very, very relaxed, very easygoing, but loves to like mess with people in a way where he's like, he uses his status to fuck with people at the same time.
Well,
it's hilarious.
Not just that, he has this natural intensity to him as well that really like helps drive all that home, just for him to like laugh and joke and like screw around. It's very great. He ends up like being one of the MVPs of the season.
Definitely. And yeah, the actors from The Gentleman show, a show I also recommend.
We've seen the first episode of that.
He plays like a polar opposite character, which is fascinating to see that he has so much range.
Oh, nice.
From like a cowardly brother to the laughing storm, as he's nicknamed in this world.
That is one thing I'm a little bit disappointed about, is we didn't actually get the laughing storm of him in his armor fighting and hearing him fucking cackling as he's beating his shit out of people.
Yeah, I was surprised in the later episode when, you know, they're putting the team together and he's one of them. I didn't expect that. I was like, oh, this guy's actually fucking cool.
Unfortunately, he is not mentioned in the next 2 stories of dunking egg, but maybe he would come back. Who knows? Because Ira Parker said that he wants to.
He should be coming back because I do know that there's lore involving them in the future, like many years down the road. But I don't know how or when or where that would take place. I know it hasn't been properly written in a Duncan
But that's
Egg
some
story
history lore.
yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And after that too, we get the dancing scene where they're all kind of going crazy, and Dunk kind of stops dancing when Lionel gets onto the floor to dance. So Lionel like stomps his foot, and then keeps trying to stomp his foot, and Dunk is kind of like literally dancing out of the way. Again, it's just a funny like little back and forth of these characters bonding. Especially when Dunk stomps his foot back, and he just like he's just like stunned from how much it fucking hurt him. And Dunk is like, "Oh shit, did I fuck up?" with his expression.
Yeah, because Dunk is so big, it's like he doesn't even have to try. So when he steps on his foot, he's just like, ha! Like you could just tell it hurts so fucking bad.
Yeah,
like
because
his toes.
He basically falls into Dunk, stunned from how much it hurt. And another moment I wanted to mention is really neat. I should say really neat. It's just like kind of a detail I find amusing. Is after everything comes down, Lionel and Dunk are at the big table, talking, and Dunk is like, you know, trying to figure out what the fuck he's doing with his life. But he's wearing Lionel's deer horn crown. And
yeah.
It just reminds me of a thing you see on a lot of TV shows where people are at parties and there's always a character wearing a lampshade. Because it's kind of the same energy.
Or just any big hat. Yeah.
He's just sitting there wearing it. And then when Lionel takes it back, he steps over the table and down onto the main floor again. And you see the antlers of the crown actually bump off the chandelier hanging down.
Yeah.
Creetosis, why should I watch this STAG over Half-Life 2 VR, but the AI is self-aware? Why not watch both at the same time?
Exactly.
Extra chaos. Get a third monitor and put up another stream. Get a fourth monitor and put up another stream. Right, so after that, Dunk does end up running into Dondarrion, and that's when we get the flashback scene of the arrow being pulled out of Arlen. And Dondarrion is like, I don't remember your Sir Arlen. I've had 100 men fight under me before. How am I supposed to remember one guy? And then Dunk, of course, is like, yeah, but I need someone to vouch for me to get into the tourney. To which Dondarrion is like, what does that matter to me? Which is honestly not completely unreasonable as a response, because you're vouching for this person you don't know at all.
He's asking for a reference from an employer from 10 years ago.
Basically. And that is a bit of a problem for Dunk, because, like, shit, I am running out of options to get into this tourney, and this... My future hinges on doing well in this tourney, so... Yeah, it's just pushing forward that struggle of trying to get in. And he returns to his camp, and of course, Egg is there frying a fish over fire. And, you know, how'd you get here? And I think we get more of the interactions from Egg here, where he doesn't answer questions, like, I guess properly. Like, yeah, it just came up. Oh, I should put you over my horse and bring you back home. Well, you'd have to take me all the way back to King's Landing. You're from Flea Bottom? No. It's like, he's he's not lying, but it's like, come on, kid, you know what you're fucking doing. I'm skeptical.
And
I don't
Doug
want to
doesn't pick
invest.
up on it.
Hmm?
Doug doesn't pick up on it.
Yeah. I'm skeptical. I don't want to invest my time and personal investment into a TV show that might turn to shit. I don't want to burn out. So, a bit of good news for this, I want to say, is um, this season can be watched in isolation. It is very good. And if season 2 ends up being shit, you don't have to watch it at all. You could just watch this in isolation and leave it. Because each of the Dunk and Egg
Yeah, it's very
stories,
self-contained.
yeah,
Yeah.
from what I've heard, they're very self-contained. And, well, it does tell their journeys over a long period of time. They can be consumed individually. Like, season 1 of Game of Thrones, you can't watch that without watching the rest of Game of Thrones, because it's all very interconnected and it's ongoing, where this is just, here's a story with these people, and if you want to continue it, there's another story with them, but it's not, it is a direct continuation, but it's not the same ongoing story, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I rewatched this show with my little brother, and I literally just told him, okay, all you need to know, um, a hedge knight is like a homeless knight looking for like a royal house. It's like a medieval fantasy, and Targaryens, and they're usually the kings, and they're like the proper royalty. That's basically all you need to know in terms of backstory or lore. Off we
Yeah.
go. He understood all the episodes, and he really liked it as much as I. And he's never seen Game of Thrones, House of Dragon, or what have you.
All right.
Even though people talk about those shows still today, even though it ended badly. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's very normally friendly. Again, it's a tale about a knight,
Yeah.
and it's very engaging in that sense.
Is this an Amazon show? No, it's HBO.
In the UK, you have to get Now TV. HBO has only just come out. I think like a week ago in here. So
Yeah.
I remember this because I ordered it and like woke up at like 3 a.m. in the morning just to watch it. I was that invested. And just like refreshing the page at 3 a.m. Like, where is it? Where is it? And then it just appears at 3:05 a.m. Always late.
Anyways, we have a bit of back and forth between Dunk and Egg here, and this is where Dunk, he both comes up with his own name for being a knight. Rather, like, he's like, "Oh, I'm Sir Dunk," and Egg is like, "Oh, that's a
So
dumb name."
stupid name.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then Dunk is like, "I'm Sir Dunk of, I'm Sir Duncan the Tall." So that's where that name comes from. It's this little interaction here.
Never heard of him. You know many knights.
And yeah, that's another thing hinting towards Egg's, I guess, background as well, is he has a lot of knowledge of the different knights and lords and everything in the realm. Where it's like, would a random stable boy really know all this stuff? Because he's like talking about these different knights. Oh, you don't look like a knight. Oh, you know every knight in the realm, the good ones. Yeah, there's a lot of great interactions here. But anyways, yeah, this is where he accepts him as his squire, basically, for the tourney. And he promises, as long as you're my squire, I'll keep clothes on your back, food in your belly. But you will have to work and, do your part. And then they're going to sleep, looking up at the stars, and they see a shooting star. And Egg is like, "Oh, that's good luck. All the other knights are in their pavilions now, staring up at silk instead of sky." And that's when Dunk is like, "Oh, so all the luck is with us then." Nice little moment. So the luck is ours alone, is what he says exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And
as
at
it,
this point, I was like, yeah, sure, I'll check this show out. Wasn't that
yeah,
invested? I was just like, yeah.
a decent opening.
Yeah.
As it would turn out, the luck was not his alone.
No, definitely not.
I mean, you could say that he's lucky to have gotten out as easy as he did, but it's definitely not the luck he was hoping for that night. I'm just gonna grab the second episode here quickly. Oh my god. VLC changed size and moved. Terrifying. No, yeah, the start of episode 2 is where we get the giant schlongus, which that was definitely a fucking choice.
On my rewatch, yeah, I was like, yeah, I'll skip like 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a bit
Definitely.
much. It's I'm
They were
kind
like
of
nicknames.
shocked they put that in there. Like, why?
Wasn't it a prosthetic as well? Like,
It's
how do we know?
probably. I would hope so. Fuck.
How do you walk around like that? Jeez.
Yeah, basically.
And people were like joking about like Sir Alan Long.
Yeah, I remember hearing some streams talk about that. I think I didn't watch all of Nerdrotic streams with Mahler and Ryan Kinnell and all of them, but I think I watched episode 2 and episode 4, their discussion after those episodes. I've been holding off on watching episode 5 and 6 until we've done the stream. I'll be watching those later. But
Oh,
yeah,
I'll be watching. I've heard all of those after every episode, and I'm gonna watch EFAP after this. I've been looking forward to that.
yeah, I've been wanting to watch that too. But again, it's one of those things where it's like I have to hold off on that just for like. I get. It's one
This
of my
discussion for it to feel fresh. Yeah.
yeah. I would prefer to do the discussion on my own rather than watch someone else's discussion and end up being like, oh shit, I don't know what else to say except for exactly what other people have said before. So without that
Yep.
being there, I have to like power through on my own basically, which is what I should be doing. I also usually try to take the same approach to videos as well. If I know I want to do a video on a topic, I'll typically avoid other videos on that topic, so I'm not I guess accidentally riffing on what other people have done already.
Yep.
But anyway, season 2 starts out season 2, fuck, episode 2. Getting ahead of myself. Season 2 isn't even out yet. Just goes to show how much I want season 2 though. Episode 2 starts off with just Dunk narrating that oh yeah, Arlen he was a great guy. He wanted to be a benefit to those around him. What's the next line? It's going so slow. It didn't make him rich. He held no land, sired no children.
Are we sure about that?
I don't know. Maybe he did.
It's a joke, but yeah, with the previous scene that we see, but yeah.
Oh yeah. You know what? Fair. But yeah, again, it's just Dunk describing him to be like a good person, and again, we never see it early on. It's just oh, here's, well, actually we do kind of see it because we see him giving a coin to some people there in that village. But otherwise, it's Sir Arlen singing and training with Dunk and taking cover under a tree during rain. So it definitely still leaves a bit of a question of like, who was this guy? But we do at least get a bit there with him giving a coin to someone of, okay, there's some substance to what Dunk is saying. And as it turns out, this narration of Dunk, this isn't just a meta thing to describe Sir Erlen to the audience. It's Dunk actually appealing to different lords in the camp, or I guess different knights and lords in the camp, that, hey, Sir Erlen served under you. House Tyrell, House Florent, House whatever else. I forget the other names. Hayford. I just saw that one on screen. Yeah, he fought for you guys. Can you vouch for me as a knight? And of course, same thing as Dondarrion, he gets turned down. I didn't know him. I don't know you. I'm not vouching for you. And yeah, things looking a little bit grim for Dunk getting into the tourney. And just as we're having a bit of a back and forth between Dunk, hold on, I have to go back and get that. So Dunk is questioning, like, oh, was he a shit knight? And Dunk is like, no, he wasn't shit. And Egg is like, well, he must not have been very good that no one remembers him. And this is undignified that you have to keep reliving your master's death. It doesn't seem like the lords are even listening to him. And then this is when Egg says, and Egg's got a lot of great lines in this, especially the song that he's singing either in this episode or the next. But you're a knight of the realm, sir. You could say fuck their permission. Write into the list. Call out Longthorn Tyrell. Turn his arsehole into a lance hole. It's pretty amusing how this kid has a bit of a mouth on him when he wants to.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Oh, I forgot the one guy in episode 1, the one who like oversees who gets to join the tourney.
Yeah.
The guy who's always hacking and spitting.
Yeah.
I forgot the interaction he had with him in the first episode where he's like, oh, so the only person who's seen who has like witness to your knighthood was like a robin in a tree, and that's it's like, and then he starts threatening him like, do you understand that impersonating a knight gets you fucking like strung up and skinned alive and shit like that? And Dunk starts to like freak out like, oh
yeah,
nah,
he's like,
just kidding, we don't give a shit. But,
yeah.
We'll tie you up by your hands and feet, and it was like impale you through the asshole or something like that.
Yeah.
And then he's like, nah, I'm just screwing with you.
So good.
He probably gets like a lot of people who wants to try out an attorney that don't have like credentials or anything, but
yeah.
Again, there's a lot of funny moments in this show that don't undermine the characters. That's like a good build up where it's like, nah, I'm just fucking with you. But it's like, oh shit. But anyways, right, another line from Egg, where Dunk treats it as Egg just being like, you know, an insolent little child. But again, in retrospect, after knowing what the twist is, it's like, oh shit. It's one of those signs that point to who he is. He's like, why do you keep treating these royal lapdogs like they're your betters? And then Dunk's like, they are my betters. You're too brazen for your own good. It's like, nah, Egg might be right. But yeah, just then, they hear horns blaring, and who should ride into town but the Targaryens? There's actually a funny little moment here where, Dunk actually asks the shortest fucking person there, who is it? And the little short person just turns to Dunk and says, can't you see the banners, you giant cunt?
jealous of his height instantly there.
I think it's just the people of this world are just like that. But yeah, it's another one of those funny little moments that I I don't think I can help but keep saying it. It doesn't take away from the characters or the show. It fucking or the world. It makes sense. But yeah, the Targaryens ride into town because they're gonna, I guess, be part of the audience, and some of them are gonna join in the tourney itself because they've got to show they've still got power and influence now that all the dragons are gone. They need to make a showing. And there's another funny little moment here where Dunk sends Egg back to the camp. He's like, "You better not steal my stuff." And God, you best be here when I come back. Rob me and I'll hunt you down with dogs. And Egg is like, "You don't have dogs." And he's like,
Where?
"Oh,
Where?
yeah, I'll get some." "Where?" And then Dunk just goes, "Whoa!" back at him, and Egg kind of jumps. It's again, I love the interactions between these characters. It's so endearing.
Yeah, that line was like directly from the book, but the extra added wolf, I just appreciate.
Yeah, there's a lot
Great
of
adaptation. Yeah.
there's a lot of lines in this show that are taken directly from the book, and they're really good.
Yep.
I just want to mention too quickly. I'll get the super chats at the end of the stream. I do appreciate them all, though. Thank you. The show has non-stop peak dialogue. It does. It's fucking great. So, I don't know if Dunk has necessarily run out of people to ask so far, but he does see the Targaryens coming into town as a chance.
And Egg conveniently hides as well when they come in.
Yeah.
When they're riding, he
Again,
looks
another
away.
sign of who he is. He kind of shrinks away, and he wants to get away as fast as possible, and that's when he decides he wants to go back to the camp, I think. But anyways, there's a bit of interaction there between Dunk and again, I can't remember his name. Is it like Aerion Targaryen, the one that ends up being a fucking shitheel later on?
Yeah, it's like Aryan.
Yeah.
Oh, there. Something and that ends in like they're hard to remember. They're like multiple syllable freaking names, and it's hard to keep track.
I was going to skip this, but there's a quick meeting between Dunk and two Kingsguard, and one of them is like, "Oh yeah, I'm a crabber," because that comes back later in a funny way.
Oh yeah, the Kingsguard, and they're like more book accurate costumes. That they're all in white, and apparently they're always in white, and it's hard to keep clean. That's like the more official Knights Guard armor, which was neat.
Yeah. In fact, I might as well just go through it now because there's no reason to wait. The one Kingsguard says, "Oh, well, I'm a crabber," or "I come from a family of crabbers," and Dunk is surprised by that because, oh shit, how does a crabber become a Kingsguard? And then
Maybe there's hope for me.
Yeah, maybe there's hope for me type thing. And he mentions it to Egg later, and Egg is like, "You realize they own the biggest crabbing operation in Westeros?" And Dunk is like, "What the fuck? This isn't some lowborn person. This is someone actually important that got to become a Kingsguard."
It was like a sort of interaction. "You there, lowborn peasant? Yes, I was lowborn, kinda, as well. I can relate to you."
Well, it does come across as that in retrospect, because again, the one Kingsguard is like looking down his nose at him. I think that's something the other one even says is it's not often he has to look up to look down his nose at someone, because Dunk is taller than him. And then the one that was looking down at him walked away, and the remaining one was like, "Yeah, I'm a crabber. I'm from a family of crabbers."
The Joffrey stand in as well, like asks him like, you there, take my horse in. And Duncan's like, I'm not a stable boy, sir. Oh
Yeah,
well then, brush my clothes. I'm not a servant either. I'm a knight. And he just looks him up and down. It's like, wow, knighthood has sure fallen off these days.
yeah. Knighthood has fallen on hard times these days. But anyways, Dunk goes into the castle, and it comes across as him like skulking about in the show. In the book, it isn't necessarily portrayed that way.
He doesn't even know he's talking to until like midway through that he clocks it. Oh shit, I'm talking with the
Yeah,
fucking prince. Which is funny to me.
yeah. But Prince Baelor and Prince Maekar are in there, and they're not quite arguing, but Maekar is pissed off because his sons are missing, and obviously that's going to be a big problem. Ashford's
So
daughter.
the
Hmm?
oh
No, go ahead. Hello? I think TruePop died.
the guy who makes hello testing.
Yes, we can hear you
There
now.
he is.
Okay, that was weird. The guy who has visions, was he supposed to participate in the joust?
Yes, Egg was supposed to squire for him, and that was Darion Targaryen, I believe. Because Maekar has 4 kids: Darion, Arion, Aemon, and Aegon. God, those are some fucking names.
Those I am not going to remember that at all.
Yeah, I was
It's-
struggling to remember them all. Um,
I just remember Breakspear and he has that's all.
yeah.
An egg. That's all I remember in the family line.
It is funny. The one son that doesn't show up here in this show is one that Pagan has seen in Game of Thrones. Remember
Oh, right. The Maester. Right. Okay.
Pagan?
I forgot.
Remember the old blind maester at the wall with the Night's Watch?
Yeah.
That is Egg's older brother.
Oh.
Yep.
Hmm.
Nice little connection between this show and that one. Obviously, this lore has been built up for ages, but it's like a neat connection that you get to see these other people that existed like 100 years ago, basically. But anyways, yeah, Dunk is kind of skulking outside this room they're in, waiting for a chance to ask. But Ashford's daughter is like, "Oh, the prince's sons are missing. They're probably dead. Wars have started for less." So you could tell it's like on her mind that this is a big fucking problem. But Dunk doesn't know what to say about that. She's just like, "You're big and stupid," and she doesn't slap him, but she motions like she's gonna do something to make him recoil slightly. It's like, why? Cree, that's almost a spoiler since most people don't remember that. Kinda, but not really. I think it was worth mentioning. I don't think it was that much of a spoiler. I think most people going into this know that this is a prequel of sorts to Game of Thrones that takes place. Fuck, is it like 80 years before Game of Thrones takes place?
I heard
It's
it was
something
100,
like
but
that.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
close to 100. I know, Aemon would have to be well over 100 in Game of Thrones if this is 100 years ago. Which it could be.
He was very old.
It was. um, there's also a funny, I guess, dichotomy between the personalities of Baelor and Maekar here, where Baelor is this really soft-spoken, kind of person who you really wouldn't expect to be a Targaryen. Where he's like, um, yeah,
Even he doesn't
let
have
me.
the white hair as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have the white hair, but again, it's the mannerisms in the way he talks. Where he's like, let me hear your request, sir. Where he's just like very, again, soft spoken. And then Makar is like, yes, you're grateful, now fuck off.
I love the makeup actor. He just delivers on his line. It just
Oh,
you
he's
feel him on
great.
every level.
He's
Like they're
great.
in. Oh, we missed the introduction. Like here we have the prince that was promised. The Breakspear, whatever, what have you,
Yeah, it wasn't the Princess Promise,
and
that's
his
someone else.
brother. Yeah,
Yeah, he's
and
like,
his
oh,
brother,
and his
and that's
brother.
and that's just like this perfect encapsulation. Like the Makar lives in his shadow. Like he's just his brother. That's what he's known for.
Yeah. I loved his anger. Yeah. Um a lot of shows when they overuse fuck can get like really cringy. Hell of a boss. Sorry. This show doesn't do that though. Like they have him say fuck a lot, but it doesn't come across as cringy or forced. It just kind of seems like it's just a character's personality. The one time I would say it felt kind of forced was when Arion says, "Oh, I want a trial of 7." And that's when Makar's like, "What the fuck is a trial of 7?" That one felt a little bit forced, but the rest of them felt like completely natural to the character.
Yeah, I heard Ryan Kinnell in one of his podcasts say that he ideally should know what a
Yeah.
trial of 7 is if he's standing, but it was a funny line.
Yeah, I think I remember that because I did watch their stream talking about this, Neurotic
Yeah.
stream. And I don't remember the details about that, where it's like, oh yeah, Makar should know. But apparently he should, and I'll take Ryan's word for it. But anyways, they're having their back and forth over the missing sons.
And the guy during like Dunk's interaction with with royalty, you can see the guy that was signing people up like
Yeah.
absolutely squirming like in the background. If you just watch his face, it's gold. He's like, don't say anything stupid. Do not get me in trouble here.
Yeah. It was
What are
funny.
you doing here? Yeah, it was pretty funny. And
But
yeah, Breakspear like recites a certain joust that he even just remembers off by hand. Like you can tell that he's very much different from
most
every other like
Targaryens.
typical, yeah,
Yeah.
every other like typical king. I think his parents were Dornish, and that's why he has like black hair, so he inherited that black hair.
Yeah. I think it's the mother that was Dornish. Yeah, because the father is the current king.
Yeah, and yeah, he's just portrayed as this perfect upcoming king. Like if the nation would fall into his hands, he would do a darn good job.
It does make you wonder how different the Game of Thrones timeline would be if he survived.
Mm.
But anyways, spoiler for the
We'll only mention
second to last episode.
We'll only mention that briefly. Let's swiftly move on.
But anyways, yeah, Dunk is appealing to him. Oh, Sir Arlen, he fought you in the tourneys, and that's when Baylor is like, yes, he never dishonored himself. I unhorsed him after 4 lances broke. And Dunk is like, 7. Arlen said it was 7. And Baylor's like, oh, stories can change with time, but I assure you, lad, it was 4 lances. And that's when Dunk is like, oh shit, I fucked up. He's like, yeah, you're right, sorry. And we get the funny moment too from Maekar. How the fuck do you remember a hedge knight you jousted 16 years ago?
10 years ago, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was 16 years ago for the one against the Grey Lion of Lannister. who was
Okay.
Daemon Lannister. Because that ends up being
And
the question that Baylor asks. So, if Sir Arlen told you the story so many times, surely you remember the Grey Lion's name. And it takes Dunk
and
a
it was a
second.
Lannister.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lannister. But it takes Dunk a second, and he remembers the
Yeah.
name, and that's all the proof that Baylor needs. That all right, you are who you say you are. You can enter the lists.
It's funny because the book mentions that Sir Alan taught um the one significant thing Sir Alan taught Duncan is I don't know what it's called, what's the term for it that was used in the book, like genealogy or the history of each royal house and whatnot. I don't know what that term for that is. So it's funny because like he can't read or write, but he knows like the backstories of certain houses and certain events. That's kind of been instilled to him.
Hmm. Yeah, unfortunately I've got a terrible memory, so I don't remember that part of the book. I wouldn't even remember most of the show if I didn't have it on screen in front of me right now. I mean, I do remember the show, just not enough to talk about like this on stream.
Mm.
Um, we will get to that detail, Sukamatic, about the previous trial of Seven, when that comes up. But anyways, Dunk is given permission, and he says a really dumb line here, but it's perfectly a character for him. He turns to Makar and he says, I'm sure your sons will be found not dead, or something like that. And Maker looks at him like, what the fuck did you just say to me?
Yeah. He's such a fucking idiot sometimes. He just can't
But
keep his fucking mouth
Yeah.
shut.
but like in the best way possible too. Again, it doesn't undermine the character. It just further establishes that he's a bit of a
Ass.
not even an ass. He's just bad in these social situations, especially with
He has the
kings and
tism.
lords. Yeah,
Yeah,
he has
He
the
just has the
tism.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dunk like goes to thank him and then Mako just like, yeah, you're grateful. Like now, fuck off.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he says too. Very well, sir. You're grateful. Now fuck off.
Doesn't care
I
about it in the slightest. While Breaker shows like much care than was needed to, and that
yeah.
was kind of nice.
Honestly, I hope we see more of Makar because just like Lionel Baratheon, it's like he's a bit of a highlight of the show for me.
Yeah. Oh, especially in episode 6, that was some
Yeah, there it
damn
is.
good acting.
We'll get to that
Eventually.
eventually. I think we're making decent time. We're almost halfway through episode 2.
Yay.
I trust they will not be found dead, is what he says about Makar's sons. It's like you couldn't have worded that worse.
Yeah.
Oh, he also said like to Breakspear, like, oh, you'd be a great king, and Breakspear kind of replies like I hope I won't become king anytime soon. I just, no, I didn't mean I want the current king dead.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I didn't mean that.
And of course, right at the end of the scene, we get, by the way, you're not of Sir Arlen's blood, so you need a new sigil on your shield. So, yeah, he goes to get it painted. He goes to the puppet show, with
Yeah,
Egg, and we get another scene of him being awkward with this, woman.
yeah, and
Um,
the puppet show is a lot bigger in scale than it was like described
yeah.
with the books. Like they're like full on human sized in the show, which I don't mind. And
It's
Egg kind of
also
has the butterfly as well.
it's also the effects and stuff where, the effects in the book were described as like, oh, it's just some paper streamers or something coming out of the dragon. Where here it's like, oh yeah, we throw this thing into fire to have flames shoot out of it. It's like, what the fuck? It's
Yeah.
different, definitely a much higher scale to the puppet show than what would probably be possible or realistic or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Give me just a
And
second.
the fact that Dunk goes up to her, strikes up conversation. Oh, you paint. Could you paint this for me? And doesn't even think of what to paint. Like it speaks to me like, oh, you're just here for a conversation. You didn't think that far ahead, did you?
Yeah.
As soon as you just heard paint, then you wanted something on the shield, which is just when you ran out of things to say. That's just perfect.
It is
Uh,
it is funny how he doesn't know what should be painted on it. It takes him a while where it's like, use the tree, dummy. And then Egg, of course, suggests the tree, and then Dunk adds, oh yeah, and the shooting star, and Sir Arlen liked watching the sunset, so do that. And it comes back later when he gets the shield, where everything has happened, and he has to find his 6 other knights to fight for him, and he gets the shield, and it's like, fuck, this thing is painted like death, and it has to be pointed out to him. The tree is alive though; those are summer leaves, to be sure. It's like, it's not that it's painted like death, like he thinks in his literal darkest moment. It's um
lively.
they're still good. There's still hope, you know?
Yeah, sunset. Yep.
Yeah.
Could I read you a bit of the book? I wish they had like this final line here. With this interaction because this interaction was gold.
For him asking to get the shield painted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she says, I'm Tanzel, she laughed. Tanzel too tall. The boys used to call me. You're not too tall, Dunk blurted out. You're just right for ... He realized what he had been about to say and blushed furiously. For? Said Tanzel, cocking her head inquisitively. Puppets, he finished lamely.
Yeah,
I wish we had that last bit of line where he just puppets, yeah, sure.
yeah, it's Egg that says puppets in the show instead. He comes out with it
Okay.
as like
Say
a
that
way to
he's the
save
wingman.
him.
Yeah. Oh, that's me.
Even this bald child can tell you're fumbling her. What the fuck are you doing? Egg saved his ass, yeah.
He's a wingman. A proper wingman.
Anyways, moving along, we get the scene mentioned earlier where Egg is concerned that he's been smaller than everyone else all his life and he won't get to be a real knight. And that's when Dunk is like, oh, well, people have always called me dumb, and he doesn't elaborate, he doesn't give words of encouragement. We get the GIF I posted in our group chat, the live Egg reaction. Hold on, I want to grab the link for this and show it on stream, because this is a really fucking funny image. Let me just make sure that went through. Okay. Oh god. Oh god, this thing is completely fucked.
Technical difficulties?
Yes. Very technical difficulties. It's not showing the full thing, you bitch! Okay, whatever. It's just this confused reaction, him throwing his hands out like, you're supposed to say more! What kind of encouragement is this? That's great.
I guess he picked up that from Sir Alwyn, who was a man of few words, a man of few encouragement.
But But anyways, there's a little tug of war here where Lionel Baratheon pulls Dunk out of the spectator's tent, and they do a tug of war. Sir Lionel like lets go of the rope immediately to go get a drink because he's thirsty, and comes back to help, and they win. But it's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You're having tug of war. You can't just let go and leave as they're fucking struggling.
And you can tell, like, Egg is having no effect on this tug of war at all. It's all just,
Yeah.
it's all just thanks to Dunk.
Well, he even lifts his legs up and grabs onto the rope at one point.
Yeah. Like, to the point, like, I don't know if that actually helps or hinders, just like dangling like that on the rope.
I was thinking that too, because if he's dangling on the rope, that would be a burden for both teams, like trying to pull.
Yeah. I think that's, I don't know if I know this from Squid Game or not. Like, yeah, tallest, biggest people on the back of the rope. And, you organize like teams. And Lionel is just barely helping each other, like being drunk and just like, yes, pull. And you can just see as soon as he lets go, like Dunk is just like struggling there, just like, come on, dude, it's a team effort here. But yeah, it's a little scene that's a bit of fun and demonstrates strength.
And I don't think that one was in the book either.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm pretty sure it wasn't, because again, we didn't get anything really of Lionel Baratheon interacting with Dunk until the Trial of Seven. So yeah, I don't think that was in the book at all. And Sukamatic in chat says, apparently Egg dangling from the rope was completely improvised, which is hilarious. If that's true, that is really fucking funny.
Did you guys see the behind the scenes clip? What Lionel Baratheon's actor was like, oh, it was so good to work with Dunk's actor and Dexter, the Egg actor.
Yeah.
And I had to swear a couple of times in front of him, but he was completely chill with it, and he seemed comfortable around. And then it comes to Dexter. I don't like swearing at all, but I just do it because it's my job. And it's just so cute, and just
yeah,
he's definitely like a real professional. I've met him as well.
Yeah.
And he's just like completely professional, but also kind of like bubbly and full of energy. I think that kid's definitely going places in terms of acting.
Yeah.
He did a great job here.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't seen well, actually I saw the second part of that clip on Twitter, but I didn't unmute it. I did hear on, I think it was Real BBC, them playing clips of interviews with Dunk and Egg's actors where like they're basically the same in real life as they are in the show. Where Egg is all happy and eager, and Dunk is
more stoic.
Yeah. And like
Peter Coffey was
can we talk about this? Can we talk about that? And Egg, the actor for Egg is like, oh yeah, well, Henry Cavill, and Dunk's actor's like, no, we're not supposed to talk about that.
No, don't spoil it. Yeah.
There was some good little interactions. There
was some
funny.
lore spoilers where Dexter again spoiled that he might have survived. Egg might have survived this and this.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, interesting. We haven't had any new lore in forever, because George sometimes gives spoilers to their actors to kind of help them out as to where the actors or the characters end up. So yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, keep talking, Dex. You're the only source of lore that we have to this point, Also, one more thing I wanted to mention. Oh yeah, the actor for Dunk, Peter Claff, I want to say his name is something like that. He was like straight up vomiting out of nervousness. Before he was like auditioning, just like he's vomiting before attorney, and it's just like, oh, it's such a Dunk thing to do, through and through. So yeah, these actors are definitely embodiments of
The characters.
Oh, their characters. Yep.
Yeah.
They fit perfectly. Apparently, Dex was like the first person in line for Egg. Like, he was like the first to do an audition, and yeah, they just got him. How lucky is that?
I did see a funny post on Twitter. I don't know if it was from his own account or not, but he was talking about how, oh yeah, in London one day we found this chair made of swords, so I sat on it and my mom took a picture, not knowing how relevant this would be to my life years down the line. Because they had
Yeah.
put the Iron Throne in a bunch of different places around the world for promotion. And I guess he saw it as a kid and sat on it and got a picture taken. It is funny how like things can end up that way sometimes, where it's like, oh yeah, here's this chair from a show we don't know anything about, let's sit on it and take a picture because it looks cool. And then years down the line, oh wait, I play a character that actually sits on this chair, this very specific chair.
Yeah.
Anyways, again, getting back to it, Dunk needs armor for the tourney, so he goes to a blacksmith that set up shop here in the camps. After a bit of a back and forth, Dunk is like, oh shit, this is going to cost me way more money than I expected. 800 silver, and then he gets it down to 600 silver for giving him some of Arlen's old armor that Steely Pate can reforge into something else. And Dunk has to make the hard decision of, I have to sell one of the horses to get the money for this. Because he literally needs the armor for the tourney. There's no choice.
Yeah, and the way this is placed, because the order's been rearranged from the book, this makes more sense because, okay, now his name is in the tourney, so it makes sense that now he goes for armor, whereas before the armor is the first thing he went for.
Yeah, that was something I noticed when listening to the audiobook, is like, this scene with the blacksmith is like one of the very first things that happens once he gets here. It's like, whoa.
And yeah, the blacksmith is like a typical blacksmith archetype of like a dwarf, like kind of guy.
Look,
it's like kind of fat with a beard, bald,
look,
full of coal.
It's hard to go wrong with certain character archetypes or
Yes.
or however it's pronounced.
Oh, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's cool. Yeah.
No,
and even he was just like, oh, you mean to? Dunk is like, I'm into winning this tourney. It's like, oh, really? Like everyone else here to win the tourney.
Yeah, the way it goes.
Good job on you.
Dunk is like, oh, I'll pay you for all this when I win the tourney, and that's when Steely Pate is like, oh, has everyone else here come to cheer you on then? It's like, yeah,
I really like that line. Yeah,
it's a bit of a reality check, a very necessary reality check for Dunk of, yeah, everyone came here to win, dumbass. Without being so harsh.
Yeah.
And yeah, the blacksmith ends up, coming through a little later on. I think it's Sukumatic in chat that says that blacksmith is a real G. Because, he does, like, I wouldn't say he plays a huge part later on, but he comes through for Dunk, and is even there, like, not fighting, but on the sidelines of the Trial of Seven with him. Where it's like, yeah, you didn't need to be on his side for that, but you were there, which is,
well, that
encouraging.
Yeah. And Dunk survives, thanks to his armor, because if he was in Sir Alan's or something like that, and with his shield, he probably wouldn't make that through that at all.
Yeah. Is there anything else in episode 2? They do the first set of jousts at night. There's not much to say there.
Oh, is Breakspear's son shown in episode 2, or is that later on?
That is here where he shows up.
Yeah. So I missed that on my first watch through. I just thought he appears in episode 6, but I forgot that he was in the joust, which
Yeah.
makes sense because Breakspear was wearing his son's armor, and I was like wondering, why is he wearing his son's armor? Was that the
Well-
only thing available? It's because he was in the joust.
Yeah, and I think
So
they
I
even
kind of
say that
missed
in the short story that oh yeah, he's wearing his son's armor because he didn't bring his own armor. But
Yep.
he does appear in this joust. Yeah, he does appear in this joust. And he appears in the next episode as well, because that's when Arion is like, "Oh, I have to challenge someone," and he stops in front of I don't remember his name's Baylor's son's name, but he stops in front of his tent. He's like, "Cousin," and then moves along to challenge someone else because he knows his cousin would be a fucking actual challenge to him. Hello, Goatman. Hello, Mouseman. Hello, Pop Culture Man. Hello, all my Enwas.
You Inwa.
Hello, Exhumed.
I like how I know who that is every time you start doing it. It's always Exhumed.
Look, I have to read that out, okay? It's part of my tism now.
Everyone has their own uniqueism.
Oh, there is something here that we could go through. Right at the very end of the episode, this is when Dunk is like thinking about the tourney and like what he's doing here. He's like, "Do great knights live in the hedges and die by the side of a muddy road?"
Yes.
Was that him or was that Egg that said I think not? No, that is him. Because he's like, this is him contemplating, like, what the fuck am I doing here? I might not actually be cut out for this. Because he says,
I'm way out of my league.
Yeah.
I'm just squire.
yeah, Sarlin wasn't gifted with sword or lance, and he drank and he whored, and he was a hard man to know. He made no friends either. He lived nigh on 60 years and never was a champion. What chance do I have, truly? It's like, yeah, this is something Dunk should think about. It's, again, like you
Yeah.
said, he's out of his league here, where it's like, yeah, you're really probably not ready for this.
And it's interesting because we get a reason as to why Sir Alan kind of avoided scuffles with kind of big royalty. I think like looking back on throughout the season, he liked being a hedge knight, kind of not really associated with anybody, because being associated with people brings in their chaos, their problems, and
Yeah.
he just wandered around with his horses and then fighting where he could, and he kind of liked that kind of more isolated kind of lifestyle. Not necessarily that he didn't want to succeed, but just kind of avoided it. Which I think is something Dunk has to learn the hard way, what it means to get involved with these knightly affairs.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about the choice to intentionally be a hedge knight like this, as opposed to living in a lord's service. Because the example that comes to mind is Jory Castle. I think that's his name. Who served Ned Stark? Well, he got killed by why the fuck am I forgetting? Jaime. He got killed by Jaime Lannister in season 1 because he served Ned. It was like kind of a warning to Ned, like, hey, your wife kidnapped my brother. Fucking let him go. And I won't kill you, but I'll kill your men. And that's when he slaughters Ned Stark's men and cripples him. Well, actually, it was one of his men that stabbed Ned through the leg, and Jaime killed him, because what the fuck are you doing attacking this lord that I need him to do something for me?
Mm.
But it's like, yeah, being a knight in someone's service isn't necessarily going to be safe or cushy life either. And it's definitely a way to make enemies who probably don't even know your name, but will fucking kill you because of the person you serve.
As a hedge knight, like your problems are your own,
Yeah,
rather than getting involved in other people's affairs
yeah,
and just dying randomly.
yeah. No one is. Well, it's less likely people are going to remember you if you're an independent knight who just goes around doing jobs for different lords, as opposed to one actively in their service all the time.
Yep.
But yeah, um, we get the other part of Dunk's little contemplation here of, but Arlen was good to me. I wasn't his family, but he kept me like we were. He raised me to be an honorable man, and all of these noble lords can't even remember his name. His name was Sir Arlen of Pennytree, and I am his legacy. On the morrow, we will show them what his hand has wrought. And it's funny in retrospect because he's obviously meaning, oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking uh go into the tourney and I will show them, you know, I can do this. I am capable. I am worthy. But it ends up having a different meaning that he doesn't know yet when it comes to the puppet show in episode 3. Which it's time for episode 3. We're making decent time. We're only 2 hours in.
Where things go down in episode 3.
Yeah. God, this keeps changing the size to match the video, and it keeps screwing up my screen. Episode 3 starts with Egg taking Thunder, the warhorse, and the sword off to go do some training. And he has trouble with the horse at first. Is this one I
He
did
saw
mark?
like a joust previously, and people like holding lances and spears, and he's like, can I do that if I'm so tiny? And that's
Yeah.
why he's like kind of training.
There's a funny little moment here where he's like, I don't think a horse wants to be ordered around any more than a man does. And the horse immediately starts nodding its head up and down. But yeah, there's a nice little training montage with Egg here where he's getting the horse to run. And he's running back and forth, you know, handing the spear and the sword to an invisible Dunk who obviously isn't there.
You know the age-old saying, like, a dog is a man's best friend, and the horse just looks at them like, what? What did you say?
Yeah. Horses really don't get enough credit for all the shit they do.
Yep. I think
It's like
we've
they
been...
go to war for us. They help grow our food. They carry us everywhere. They used to, it's like this is all stuff they used to do.
It must
But now people only care about dogs because but I have a pet dog, and it's like, yeah, okay.
I think horses have been with us like 2,000 years, like roughly. And dogs, what, the previous 150 years, maybe? I don't know. When did dog ownership start? But hey.
I do have to point out that Pagan has a bias towards horses, okay?
I do, but at the same time,
And
it's
there's
true.
definitely some reverence shown for like these 3 horses throughout the show.
Yeah.
They get talked
Yeah.
to a lot. They're definitely treated well.
Yeah. Did you just skip the Sweetfoot scene? I did mention it briefly, I think, that he had to sell Sweetfoot to pay for the armor. And you could tell it's hard for him to part ways with her as well, because it's like, here's some extra coin. Here, actually, it's not extra coin. Here's some coin back. Give her some oats and an apple as well. Yeah, it's you could tell it's difficult for him to part with her. It's a good little scene where it's like, You know he doesn't want to do it, but he has to. He has no other choice, really.
Yeah, it's a good way to establish like the honest actions and the sincerity of the character. If it's a good character, he treats animals well. If it's a bad character, he treats animals poorly.
Exactly. We also get this really fucking funny song from Egg singing about the Blackfire Rebellion. Um,
Now, I thought the Blackfire Rebellion was something to do in House of Dragon, but it's a bit later on, apparently.
yeah, it takes place I don't know how many years before this, but I know both Baelor and Maekar fight in it.
Okay.
So it is fairly
Because
recent history.
I thought like House of Dragon is a civil war between the Targaryens, but this looks like also another civil war
So
between the Targaryens.
this is a civil war between Targaryens and I think it's bastard Targaryens, where I remember hearing the lore where a bastard that takes up their house's flag inverts the colors, and that's why they're known as the Black Dragons, because Targaryen is a red dragon on a black background, so Blackfires were a black dragon on a red background.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's just like Team Fortress 2.
But anyways, I want to get this little song Egg is singing here because it's kind of really funny. Baelor was the firstborn. Prince Maekar sprang out last. Daemon was the bastard, so they kicked his bastard. Grass is green in summer. Grass, green grass I adore, but grass is red all over. When you kill a rebel, horses die in battle. The way it's sung too is a way to make it like, when you kill a rebel, horses killed in battle. So it's like he's insulting them without actually saying the words, calling them a whore. The funny one is coming up. This battle was the front. Blackfire's not a true born. He came from the wrong country. Was in peril. That's the one that really fucking got me when we were watching it.
There's numerous songs there that kind of wow, amazing. There's one about Alice, I think, further on.
That's not yeah, that's not the character from House of the Dragon, I don't think. That was something that did get me confused at first, but no, it was Alicent, not Alice. So yeah.
But it could be her. You never know.
That song was a great way to drop exposition / lore dump. Yeah. Yeah, Blackfire's not a true born. He came from the wrong country. Was in peril. The anvil was a rock. The hammer smashed the bastard with his giant veiny host of Dornan spearmen.
You can just imagine these like chants in like real life. You know how they do chants like football? It just reminds me of that.
Yeah, it's really fucking funny. But anyways, Duncan's like, yeah, it's time to go to the tourney because I'm meaning to enter the lists, and Egg is like, that's tomorrow. Only the Highborn are a part of it today. You join tomorrow because you're not a part of the Highborn.
Oh, then why am I vomiting then? I don't know.
Why have I been vomiting all morning? It's a mystery. Again, the
we briefly
interactions-
also see the one-eyed guy, Mad-Eye something. I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
He'll be important for later on.
Yeah, he ends up joining Dunk's side, I believe, for the Trial of 7.
Yeah, and he meets Egg when he's like training horses. What's wrong with your hair? What's wrong with your eye?
anyways, just trying to again see what's worth covering or not, because again, I don't want to be here all day. I'm finding the 6 and 8 and 10 hour long streams harder and harder to do. But there's a little moment here of just Egg and Dunk sitting on a hill, and Egg is like, "Oh, I could be quite happy in a place like this. You're in a place like this." And Egg is like, I met for a while. And he's like, "Oh yeah." So just like fantasizing about the future. Oh, I lead a great host of warriors and marry the Lord's daughter and all that. Just a nice little moment of calm before the very fast approaching storm at this point. We do get a moment where the guy who is handling the, I guess, enlistment for the tourney shows up. This is a funny little scene transition where this guy is constantly like spitting, and he calls the Dunk, and he does the kind of breathe in and the, I don't know what it's called, where you like try to get the mucus up out of your throat to spit out, but he does that, and
Hacking.
hacking, yeah. And right before he spits, it cuts to a scene of them walking through the woods and him spitting. So it lines up perfectly in a funny sort of way. And he's offering Dunk a chance to make a lot of money here. Basically, House Ashford has overspent on this tourney, and they want to try and recuperate some money. And Sir Dunk obviously wants to win. He wants to make a name for himself. He wants to get some money. So it's being offered to him that Lord Ashford's son will essentially throw the match to Sir Dunk, where, look, you're gonna enter the tournament anyways, and this is something you were wanting to do anyway, so it's not giving you the victory, but you would be the unlikely winner, so whoever would bet on you would stand to profit substantially from this match, including yourself. And this is a moment I wanted to point out in particular because Dunk is basically being offered everything he wants here. He's going to get renown with the Lords of Westeros for this. He's going to be getting money. He's making a name for himself. They'll see it as an honorable victory and all that. And it still feels dirty to him, where he's like, no, I don't want a victory I haven't earned. And it's a nice little moment, because anyone else in his position would be like, sure, I'll take that offer. Where Dunk doesn't...
Yeah, second thoughts. Even though he's got like everything to lose, like if he loses, that's it. It's the end.
He's got everything to lose, but if he takes this offer, he's got everything to gain as well. Like, they're the literal only thing stopping him from outright accepting is his actual honor and morals, which is, I think, a very good character moment for him.
Yeah, and it, again, extra scene, not necessarily in the books.
Yeah.
Nice little character moment.
Yeah. I think it works quite well. Anyways, moving along, we get to the joust between Arion and I don't know who the other guy is, but he runs up and down the set of tents of different challengers, and he sees his cousin, and it looks like he's going to challenge him, but he moves on. Not to worry, I won't embarrass you today. It's like, I don't know about that. I feel like the cousin might have been able to put up a bit better of a fight than the guy he actually challenges. Again, I don't remember the name of the guy he challenges, but it becomes obvious pretty quick that he's playing games with this guy where he's I think he darts out of the way of the lance, and Buddy he's charging drops his lance. Let's see here. Yeah, he lifts his lance and pulls off to the side, and the guy he's going up against loses his. Then they come around again, and Duck notices his lance is too low, and he strikes. Arian strikes the other guy's horse through the neck, mortally wounding it, causing both a riot from the small folk who are pissed off at him for being so scummy, and obviously resulting in the horse needing to be put down, and the rider, his leg getting broken.
Yeah. This thing like there's sets up a lot of stuff. Like first of all, Egg not liking this guy a lot, as we can clearly see. He even
Yeah.
hopes that he dies.
Yeah, Egg is literally shouting from the crowd, "Kill him! Kill him!" It's like, oh
the
shit.
people, yeah. The people really hate Targaryens, and this is kind of what the Targaryens are trying to prevent, not to be hated. That's why they're participating in this little tourney. You know,
Yeah.
hey guys, yeah, we're kings. Like, look at us, we're participating in this backwater Ashford thing. But yeah, the people still hate him, and yeah, this brother was probably like the worst option. Breakspear doesn't like him much either. Can like see glances. It does several little things. That it sets up further on.
Yeah.
And Dunk is like, well, surely he didn't mean to spear the horse, well, right? Right?
Yeah.
I think that was in like his dialogue with Fossaway further on.
Yeah. But anyways, that puts an end to the tourney for the day. And, yeah, Egg is like, yeah, there was no mishap. That was intentional. He meant to kill that horse. Yeah, they hang out at Baratheon's tent where they're singing the song of the three-fingered woman who puts her entire arm up men's asses, apparently. That's what they're singing about. Definitely a choice in song.
I just remember that because it's so funny that they use that as like their philosophical like
Discussion.
oh, but it's what she was. Yeah, it's like
was
that's
there
what
a
she was
name
good
called
at.
Alice? Maybe her name wasn't Alice. Who knows? But indeed, that was what was remembered. You know.
It's really fucking funny. She's remembered for her deeds, not her name, because they think the name has changed for the song, and her deeds are fucking sticking it up men's asses. Yeah,
Oh.
it's definitely a choice. They leave there and they run into Fossaway. And again, you can see Egg kind of turn away from him. Oh wait, no, there's a fortune teller first.
Oh, okay.
Right, I want to do the fortune
That's
teller.
important.
So fortune teller tells Dunk's fortune, and she says, "You shall know great success and be richer than a Lannister." And Dunk is like, "Well, thank you. Do the boy now," because he's clearly not taking it seriously.
Yeah,
So
he laughs.
she looks at the boy and that Egg, and she's just like, "You shall be king, and die in a hot fire, and worms shall feast on upon your ashes." It's like, bro, what the fuck? You're saying that to a child, but also, she's not wrong.
But then Dex spoils that and it says, no, apparently he survives that fire.
While he was
Possibly.
he was not talking.
We don't know yet.
He wasn't
Or
talking.
maybe metaphorically.
Anyways. That's when they run into Fossaway. Um,
Do you have what he says is funny, Fossaway, in this little tent
yeah.
exchange? They're incestuous aliens, Duncan.
Yeah, Egg goes off to watch the puppet show, while Dunk goes to drink with Raymond Fossaway. And let's see here. Oh, here's the other one where he's talking about how Stefan is untrustworthy. Because I brought that up earlier. Who does your cousin mean to challenge? If anyone's wounded on the morrow, I'm sure Stefan. That went by a bit quick. Stefan will be quick to knock on his shield. So
Yeah,
basically,
he's opportunistic. Yeah.
he's opportunistic, dishonorable. He's going to choose the weakest targets. It's like, this guy might not be trustworthy. Might be very relevant in approximately an episode from now. He's about as chivalrous as a starved weasel, Raymond says about him. So again, there's not much time to build him up as being untrustworthy, but it definitely is there, and it's appreciated that there's proper setup for, hey, this character is a piece of shit, don't trust him. Yeah. I heard Aryan were in a spit and range at Lord Ashford. Right, okay, so yeah, they're talking about how Arian, and it is Arian, Aerion, again, Targaryen names, for giving away his horse. Little comfort that will be to Sir Humphrey. So this has got they go into it a bit more in the books than they do in the show here, because it's mentioned in this quick line and it's easy to miss. But because Arian was basically dishonorable during that joust, Ashford decided to give his horse away to Sir Humphrey, who is the guy he killed the horse of.
Huh. And later they fight in the Trial of Seven and him with a injured leg.
Yeah.
Huh. That's funny.
Dunk mentions my squire thinks Arian meant to kill the horse, and then Raymond just kind of like looks at him and drinks his drink, like, And Dunk is like, oh yeah, it's just hard to accept that a knight might be so dishonorable. And I think this is where we get the rant from Raymond, where it's like really fucking funny how he goes off on them. It's like, why is
and
that?
it's just something he hears his brother say, or cousin.
Yeah. Why is that hard to believe? They're incestuous aliens, Duncan. Blood magicers and tyrants who have burned our lands, enslaved our people, dragged us into their wars without a mote of respect for our history and our customs. It's like, holy shit.
Sounds like an average post on X.
It sounds like the people of Westeros don't like the Targaryens all that much.
Yeah, definitely.
Who can wonder?
I mean, after like 2 civil wars, no wonder.
What's his next lines? Every pale-haired brat they saddled on us has been madder than the last. Gods know how. The only honorable thing a Targaryen can do for this realm is finish on his wife's tits. Again, the dialogue in the good eras of these shows is really fucking good. Again, Game of Thrones season 5 onwards, pretty shit, but man, when they nail dialogue, they fucking nail it. That was a tell us how you really feel moment, yeah. But I do think it is a good way to like further show the not just distrust but resentment of the Targaryens. because we haven't really gotten all that much in this show up till this point, and it almost kind of sort of comes out of nowhere. But like, when you know the history of the world, it's like, you know what, this actually makes perfect sense for people to feel this way towards the Targaryens in general, even if they do have good kings now and then, like their current king and their apparent upcoming king with Baelor. Aegon's conquest and 2 civil wars in the span of just 2 centuries or so. No wonder the people of Westeros don't like them much. Yep. Yeah, and that's when he says, I heard that part about the tits from Stefan, so his cousin. Which is funny considering what Stefan goes on to do.
We'll get to it.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Not too far from now, actually. I think that literally is the next episode. We cut back to Egg watching the puppet show. And who should wander in but Aerion Targaryen, and the crowd goes quiet.
Right at the part, right at the part where the puppeteer kills the dragon. Like, he would have probably said, "Oh, look at this dragon." At first, like, he's just like, "Ah, yes, I am a dragon, and I love dragons, and let me watch this." And then when it's killed, he just like stares at it. Like,
He's literally one of those like dragon autists where it's like it's like he loves everything with dragons in it, but if the dragon ever loses anything, he's just like, no, a dragon would have beaten that thing for shit. No,
Well, that
dragons are too
literally is
cool."
his logic.
I know.
It is funny. The Dragonaut never lose. It really makes him seem like such a fucking pathetic bitch.
Yeah.
but like in the novel and book, like he's definitely a bit more cowardly. In here, he's a more not necessarily cowardly, but kind of more sinister and kind of snakish.
Yeah.
Like, the actor kind of played him different rather than just another kind of Weasley Joffrey 2.0.
He did play him very well, though. Like, absolute props to the actor for playing a fucking absolute self-important shithead scumbag.
Yep.
But we get
So
another...
basically most Hollywood actors.
Dragons are basically his version of trains. Yeah.
Just play yourself. That's all you have to do. Just say,
He's
play
an
yourself.
elitist. Yeah.
But we get another moment I really like, and this is straight from the books. But we cut back to Duncan Raymond talking about Maekar in particular. He left Ashford this morning to search for his the rest of his misbegats. And he said, "Oh, his heir, Darren, and the youngest." And Raymond starts going through Maekar's kids, like describing them. Little wonder Maekar's been walking around like someone pissed in a swan pie. He's probably just worried about his son. 7 know why. Darren's a sot. Arian is just vain and cruel. The third's so useless they were going to ship him off to a citadel to make a maester of him. And the youngest, and who should cut in at that exact moment but Egg, yelling for Sir Duncan to come help the puppet lady.
Yeah.
It's done exactly the same in the show as it was in the book, where he cuts in at that exact moment. And I don't know, I really like that they have him cut in at the exact moment Raymond Fossaway was about to fucking talk about him, not knowing that that's who this kid is.
Maybe then Dunk would have pieced something together. Hey, wait a minute.
So yeah, Dunk goes to the puppet tent, and Arian is on stage, and he's grabbing her by the fingers, and he breaks her fingers, and Dunk loses his shit, punches the fuck out of him, kicks him, as the guards try to restrain him. And that's a big deal, attacking a prince in this world.
Yeah, but he punched and kicked him, and he would have absolutely floored him if not for the guards, and he was even taking on like 4 or 5 guards, if
Yeah,
I'm not
it
mistaken.
took
So
3 or 4 guards to restrain him.
Dunk is pretty tough. He's tough stuff. He's not properly trained, but he's pretty strong.
And of course, Arian being the piece of shit he is, it's like, you threw your life away for a whore. It's like,
And Dunk didn't hesitate either as well. He just stepped right in. Like usual, he doesn't think, but he goes on his instinct, and is that something that can be
and
looked up to him. Like other people would have just turned around, didn't see anything. But
yeah,
not him.
a lot of people have just let it happen. The guards were protecting Arian as he was doing this, and for Dunk, it's like, I'm sworn to protect the innocent. I'm a knight. I have to do this. She's like, this is the right thing to do. And you know, a lot of it was impulse too, because he does just charge in and start beating the shit out of him. But that is literally, him doing what he thinks is right. This woman is innocent. She doesn't deserve this.
A knight who remembered his vows.
Yeah.
Well, technically, I mean, there's an argument to be said he never heard them, but still.
And yeah, we get the dragon autism coming out of Arian here, where he's like, she's a traitor. The dragon ought never lose. It's like, okay, buddy.
Oh, someone in the chat posted something helpful. Darian is the drunk, Arian is the arsehole, Eamon the maester, and Nick. Okay, I'll remember that. Thanks.
I won't. Anyways, yeah, Arian is like, oh, you loosened one of my teeth, so we'll start by breaking all of yours out. And that's when Egg runs in to,
Yeah, he was about to American History X him, you know.
Yeah, because they put him on the stage in a way where it's like, oh shit, they're making him bite the stage. He's gonna, like you said, American History X him. He's gonna curb
That's the
stomp
first.
him.
By the way, that's the first time I ever saw anything like that. I had no idea people did that to each other. Just cruel stuff, man. Jeez.
But again, there's a moment here where Egg comes in yelling for them to stop, and Dunk is trying to protect him, like, no, you stupid boy, they'll hurt you. Leave it be. And then Egg's like, no, they won't. Because he starts calling the guards by name to fucking let Dunk go. And, of course, Arian recognizes him. Oh, you little brat, basically.
What have you done with your hair?
Yeah. Yeah, you impudent little rat. What's happened to your hair? And that's when Egg says, I cut it off, brother. I didn't want to look like you. And that's where we get the reveal that this bald little child is a princeling for the Targaryens.
Aegon Targaryen.
Yeah.
What's another egg?
And,
a little princelet.
This would have been very helpful 5 minutes ago, Egg.
Yeah, why did he grab Dunk? Why not just... I guess he really didn't want to reveal himself unless it's absolutely necessary. But still, why get Dunk, I wonder?
Well, it is explained that
Dunk would have been the only person to act, but...
Well, he was the only one close, too, where Baelor... Because they say it in the next episode where, oh, Egg should have come to me. And Egg was like, yeah, but you're too far away. You wouldn't have been able to get here in time. And then they also have to be like, oh, well, this random bald kid is talking to the guards claiming to be the son of Maekar. It's like, yeah, right. It's kind of the same thing that happened with Arya Stark when she accidentally got out of the Red Citadel. Or the Red Keep, where it's like, yeah, the guards didn't believe who she was until she had to fucking prove herself, basically.
Yeah, my sibling that I watched it with didn't figure out that Egg was something important until the reveal.
Yeah,
I was like, come on, the prophecy was obvious. Come on. It was like, oh, I didn't pay attention. So
well, I don't think
it's still good reader
I
for
don't think
normies.
I don't think it was that obvious if you didn't already know, because I was trying to gauge if Pagan had figured it out or not as we were watching. And then
Mhm.
at the end of this episode, when we got the reveal, I was like, "So Pagan, did you see that coming? Did you figure out who that kid was until?" And Pagan was like, "No, not until just now." I think it works for giving hints and
Definitely.
clues for both people who do know the
Are on
lore
the
and
ball.
don't, where
Yeah.
it's not an outright spoiler. It makes sense that people won't figure it out until the reveal, but there are all those clues there for people who do already know.
Yeah, and it's rewatchable. You can see all the
Yeah.
little clues. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely works well as a rewatch. Because, as I said, I rewatched it this morning before doing the stream. Moving on to episode 4. And we are making pretty decent time. We're at 2.5 hours. I think we can get through this in maybe another hour and a half ish, depending on how much we tangent. Um, episode 4 starts off on like a really kind of neat shot where you see what looks like the night sky and stars in the sky, but as it gets lit up you realize, oh wait, this is the stone ceiling of a prison cell that Dunk is in, because of course he got fucking arrested after assaulting a prince. I think this is the one I don't have subtitles for. Yeah, the only subtitles are in French, so I won't be able to get exact quotes
Je
for
ne pas
this.
ça.
Oh god.
Mon ami. That's about all the French I know. Sorry. Wait, you're Canadian, right, Cree? You should know
Yeah.
some French.
I know I know how to say hello in French. Bonjour.
Oh wow, amazing.
That is all the French I know. I didn't pay
I didn't hear-
attention to French class when I was a kid because I was like, this is stupid. Why would I ever need to learn French?
He
Please
is
visit
more
France.
American in spirit than Canadian.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, I yearn for freedom and for guns. I am regretting not downloading, legally acquiring a version of this episode that has English subtitles, because I'm basically gonna have to fucking wing this for this entire episode. But we do have
this show is coming out on Ultra HD. I'm definitely gonna get that. We
Oh,
recently got Ultra HD TV, so I'm definitely looking forward to that.
interesting.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, Egg shows up at the cell. Food is delivered to Dunk, and Dunk is rightfully pissed. Where it's like, oh yeah, you lied to me. I wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for you. Basically deceiving me this entire time. I thought you were an orphan. You would have squired for anyone who went to the tourney. You would have squired for a donkey if you found it was squireless. It's like, yeah, he is very not fucking happy about like essentially his life is ruined from his point of view for trying to protect this woman. And Egg also mentions, oh well, my uncle would like to see you when you're done eating. And that's what Dunk is like, oh well, I'm done eating now then. I already punched the shit out of one prince. I don't want to keep another one waiting.
And Egg is like, well, I technically didn't lie, and he's like, well, I was lied to anyway.
Yeah.
You completely understand where Dunk is coming from, but Egg, while smart, he is still also kind of young, naive.
Yeah.
There's that element to him that shows here definitely that he thought that everything could be all right if he just continued to not tell him the truth.
Yeah.
It's kind of childish in a sense that you could keep this up
Yeah.
and not tell him.
But anyways, Dunk is taken from the cell to meet Baylor and talk with him. And, Baylor calls out Egg, this is no kindness you've done for Sir Dunk here. But also says to Dunk, how good of a knight are you? And, of course, there's a bit of a back and forth about, I guess, what's happened, basically, where Dunk will explain, oh yeah, Arlen has taught me, decently well how to use the sword and lance and all that. But also, the fact that, oh yeah, Egg should have come to Baylor, because, oh, you've assaulted a king, a prince. And Dunk is like, oh yeah, would you not have done the same in my position? And then Baylor is like, yeah, I probably would have, but I'm also part of the royal family as well, and I would have been able to get away with it where you wouldn't. And it's basically just this conversation where they're trying to like figure out what they can do for Dunk here.
Yeah, and he mentions like the last time someone struck a prince, it was decreed that that hand should be cut off, and I think that's directly referencing to House of Dragon,
Oh,
where one of the kids like loses his eye,
yeah.
and yeah, and he punched him, and Allison wanted a cut off hand. I think that it's a direct reference to that, and
Huh.
Dunk punched and kicked him, so they're
Yeah.
gonna cut off his leg and arm.
Yeah, because Baylor is like, and I believe you kicked him as well.
Yeah.
And it's basically just explaining that this is what the situation is. It's bullshit because you were in the right to defend an innocent woman. It is your knight's vows. You have not officially, but morally you've done nothing wrong, but you did still attack a prince, and that comes with its own cost regardless. And
The
they
trial
want
is not going to be fair. Yeah.
the trial isn't going to be fair, especially since Darian has claimed that you kidnapped Egg from the inn. And the only way out of this, realistically, is a trial by combat. That Baylor can't promise that he'll win, but that this is his best chance of getting out of this.
Mm.
Um,
So I ask you again, how good of a nut are you?
yeah,
And like, at first, like you think that that question was just to, I don't know, insult or something, you know. And at the end of the conversation, you kind of realize, oh, that's why you were asking that. Okay, I see where you're going with this.
I didn't
Kind of thing.
take it as an insult.
Not
But
necessarily insult, but just like
where's he going with this type thing? And then by the end of the conversation, you're like, oh, he's Baylor is trying to help him.
yeah, definitely. Again, he's not obligated to he can just ignore this, act like nothing ever happened. Most kings would, but he's going out of his way to help him here.
Yeah, and it's a moment I like too because I really like the character of Baelor Targaryen. I
Yep.
almost kind of want a prequel series where we get to see more of this character, where he fights in the Blackfire Rebellion and stuff, because it's like, fuck, this is such a good character, and we get so little time with him. But it's like, you could tell he sees the good in Dunk. Dunk meant to do the right thing. This wasn't an assault against the royal bloodline. It was kicking the shit out of a dickhead who deserved it, honestly.
Hmm.
And it's that Dunk was trying to do the right thing. So we cut forward, and Dunk says, it's my right to a trial of combat. That's what I want to do. And of course, Arian is like, no. And we get
I
Makar.
refuse.
Yeah, I refuse. And we get Makar. I really like his reaction upon hearing this and turning to look at him. He's like, you can't fucking refuse. I don't remember if he says fucking, but like, you can't refuse a
Yeah.
trial by combat.
And he's like, "Are you scared that you lose to him?" Like he rubs them the wrong way. And I love in this scene where Arian was just like casually eating like walnuts.
Yeah.
And he even asks one of the people sitting at the table, "Oh, could you pick that up? Be a doll and pick
Yeah,
that up for me." I just love that interaction.
He's cracking them with the butt of his knife. I
Yeah.
guess the pommel of the knife. And he hits one of them the wrong way, and it flies across and lands in Lord Ashford's lap, and then falls onto the ground. And he just motions to him like he's a servant of, would you get that for me?
And Ashford is just like picking it up, hitting his head over the table. It's just brilliant,
Yeah.
absolutely brilliant. Just speaks of his kind of elitism, not recognizing anyone else, just himself.
Yeah.
It's so good.
But anyways,
It's so well done.
yeah, that's when Arian says, yeah, I want a trial by 7. And that's when, as you said, Makar was like, what, are you afraid of him? Just kill the, what's the word? It wasn't red. It was like, kill the, fuck, I can't remember. There's an interesting way they worded it. But, that basically settles it. Makar drags Arian away to, I guess, chew him out or scold him for being such a fucking coward. But it's still settled that it's gonna be a trial by 7. Dunk, you need to go find 6 people to fight for you. And, obviously that's, oh yeah, that's right. When Makar asks, are you cowering from this guy? Why don't you slay him yourself? That's when Arian uses the defense. Oh well, my brother's name has been tarnished too. It wouldn't be proper justice if he didn't get his own chance to fight him.
And that's a bullshit reason. He
Yeah.
just doesn't want to fight him alone because he definitely feels there was a risk there since he punched and completely decked him.
Yeah,
before.
he's being a complete fucking bitch.
But he's trying to kind of disguise it.
Yeah.
And he's hoping that he won't, as we further find out, won't find 7 people like at all.
Yeah. So Dunk leaves. He goes to his camp, and who should he run into? But Raymond Fossaway, who's been watching over his camp. He was hiding behind the tree for some reason. And he's like, "Oh, were you talking to your horses? That's a bit fucking mad." Which is a bit of an amusing interaction, but Dunk talks with his horses all the time, and it's more of a not actual madness, but just, I guess, Dunk being Dunk. It's he needs to talk to someone, and all he's got are his horses. But they go back to the Fossaway tent, and Stefan is there, and they're talking about how this is bullshit, and Stefan is like, I will fight for you, Sir Dunk, and I will go out and find some friends to fight with me. People won't pass up the chance to be remembered in song for fighting the Targaryens in the first trial of 7 in 100 years, or something to that effect. Again, I don't
Yeah.
have the exact quotes on screen because the only subtitles are in fucking French. Anyways.
Je ne sais pas. Like I know you mentioned Cree that you are always suspicious of him. When I was first time watching it, I was under the impression that he followed through with this, not because he's honorable, but because of his sheer hatred for the Targaryens, and that's mainly why he would be doing this.
So it's not so much that I was suspicious of him, it's that the show explicitly flagged him as being untrustworthy numerous times with, he's rotted to the core, he's as chivalrous as a starved weasel, he'll, in the tourney tomorrow, he'll pick the most wounded man to knock his shield. It's just all these things that point to him being a very dishonorable person, a untrustworthy person.
I was like, oh, they're doing a little redemption for him. Time to, redeem your past. Oh, never mind. Oh, well, just scratch what I said. Yeah.
After a little bit, after Stefan leaves, who should show up but Egg and their brother Darian, and Dunk is reasonably pissed at him. He fucking grabs him. He's about to fucking stab him. And he's like, well, he can't kill me twice. Which I thought was a good little moment. But, I forget. I genuinely forget what was said in this scene. I just watched it this morning, but I watched the whole episode this morning. Or sorry, the whole season this morning. So I'm, yeah. I'm kind of lost without the subtitles here. I really should have fixed that. Oh well. But what we get from Darian here is, like, he's talking about how he's not actually going to, fight. He'll do the first charge for the lances, then he'll essentially pretend to get knocked out. So he'll be out of the fight. Because he doesn't want to fight, he doesn't want to die. He was told he has to fight to defend his honor. He's like, whoever can have my honor can keep it. It's kind of showing how, I guess, checked out of all this that Darion is. And there's also his dream that he mentions, because he says to Dunk, can we talk privately? And that's when he describes what his dream was to Dunk. And that's, he says, I had a dream of you. There was a dead dragon with wings so wide it covered this entire meadow. And the dragon was dead and on top of you, but you crawled out from under it alive. And it's like, oh shit. So we know that people in this world can have dreams of prophecy, especially certain Targaryens. And at this point, you're kind of thinking, oh shit, does he actually kill Aerion in the upcoming Trial of Seven? Is that what the dream was? It's not this guy, Darion, that he kills. It's Aerion? No. No, the dead dragon on top of him is a very different character, unfortunately.
Yeah. I listened to a bit from Ryan that this prophecy potentially could be like one. It could be referencing to what happens in the next episode, but it also could be referencing something else much more further down the line. But it does fit with the events of next episode.
I think it could fit to later on, but in the next episode we literally get one of the Targaryens falling onto Dunk, where the dragon is dead yet Dunk is alive. That feels too I guess too blatant and too obvious to like what the dream is, where it's like that That kind of has to be it, you know?
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of the biblical Joseph with his coat and interpreting dreams.
Hmm. Um, just moving on ahead here. Right, Dunk visits the puppet tent, which is still in shambles, everything strewn about, and the blacksmith finds him. The shield was finished painted, and she left it with the blacksmith. And he went and replaced all the metal on it. It's got a new buckle at the back. It's got a new rim because the old one was rusted and kind of breaking apart. And Dunk is like, "Oh, how much do you want for this?" And the blacksmith, "For you, 1 copper." It's like, shit. Fucking all respect to the blacksmith. He pulled through. He saw what Dunk did was honorable and right, and he's doing right by Dunk. I really fucking love that.
Yep.
But we also get the moment mentioned earlier where Dunk sees the painted shield, and it is exactly what he asked for, but it's oh, the shield is painted like death. It's sunset. You know, it's so dark. It basically representing death. And that's when Steely Pate points out, "Yeah, but look, the tree, it's alive. Those are summer leaves." And it's you know, words of encouragement and finding the good in what seems
In the
grim and
bad.
dark.
Like the only thing like Dunk sees is the worst, and he's kind of like projecting that onto the shield, whereas the blacksmith is kind of like, well, it's how you kind of interpret it. Look at it, it's
Yeah.
summer leaves, trying to kind of cheer him on. Like it's not over yet,
Yeah.
and it's definitely a good exchange. It's a shame that that shield is the first thing to go right in the next episode. I think the
Well,
lad just goes through it.
aside from the 2 knights who fucking die in that fight as well.
Yeah. I can't remember their names.
Neither can I. It's Beastberry is one of them.
He's very
And the other one is the guy whose leg got broken, whose name I already forgot, even though I just said it like 15 minutes ago.
Which you'd think that we'd remember the guy who broke his leg more, who was shown more, but the internet seems to remember the B guy more because he's funny and has a funny.
They
mustache.
remember him because of his fucking coffin covered in bees. And Raymond Fossaway thinking, well, it's that bee magic that put them there. Or no, he's like, is that magic that they got the bees to swarm like that? And his new wife is like, fucking bee magic.
Chat. I do want to know what is like the silliest house sigil in this world. Like what's the most randomest bizarre? Because I've seen bees and
we'd
apples.
have to look at them all.
Yeah. I'm sure there's something like absolutely silly.
I like how she just like bluntly explains it. Like, we take the queen bee, we put it in the coffin, and they swarm the coffin. And he's like, oh.
It's bee magic though.
And yes, as Exhumed says in chat, they do a little rhyme. Oak and iron guard me well, else I'm dead and doomed to hell.
That's a nice and cheery little line.
Yeah. But again, it's supposed to be words of encouragement of this is a good shield and it'll protect you. Even though it doesn't really. House Suggs has a winged pig. I don't know
That's
what's
very
worse,
haram.
having a winged pig for your sigil or being like part of House Suggs.
So would they do like pig puns? You know, oh, you're fat as a pig there, so pig on or whatever, or so sugs.
Well, not everyone does puns based on their sigil, but
Oh, they should do. They should do. Like the Fossilways get away with it, you know.
Anyways, moving along. Right, they're starting to get everything set up. And, they've got, a bunch of people for Dunk. They've got Beesbury, they've got, the guy whose leg was broken, they've got, the one-eyed guy that ran into Egg earlier.
Mm.
Of course, they've got Lionel Baratheon, who's, always a treat.
And Dunk is like, oh, did Sir Stefan gather you all here? And
Yeah.
Lionel Brando, who the fuck is Sir Stefan?
Yeah. I think he even says
Uh.
his name wrong, too, because I think he says, who the fuck is Sir Stevron? Where everyone else calls him Stefan. Yeah, even, I do have the captions on despite it being French. He does say Stevron when everyone else says Stefan. Which I find to be an amusing detail.
Yeah.
Like,
we are true friends, we are true allies. This kid here gathered us. Who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, Egg gathered us here to fight for you. And Dunk says, oh yeah, we need your brother and whatever friend he brings. And, they notice, wait, the other team, they only have 6 people. Is it possible they weren't able to find a 7th? And Stefan walks up at that exact moment, basically. And, he's asking Raymond for his helmet and to, be a squire for him since he is a squire. And Dunk is like, thank God you arrived. We needed you and your second person to be our 7. Or no, he says, right, with you here, we just need 1 more. And that's when Stefan is like, I'm afraid we're going to need 2 more. I'm fighting for the accusers. And this is where it's revealed that Sir Stefan sold him out. He sold him out for a lordship and a piece of land. So the enemy team is full up, and Dunk only has 5. Raymond Fossaway is obviously pissed at the betrayal and asks Dunk to knight him. And Dunk kind of stands there, like, confused as Raymond is begging to be knighted. It's like, oh shit, Dunk doesn't know the words. Was he not knighted? Because again, it's kind of been a question this entire series. Oh, was Dunk knighted or not? It's kind of seeming like he might not have been. But maybe he just doesn't remember the words. Who knows?
In the book, it's definitely more mysterious. But I think the show definitely takes the side of he wasn't.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
It seems to be implied that he wasn't, but it doesn't outright say that he wasn't.
Yep.
But Lionel Baratheon comes in to save him because they're being called over to the I don't even know his name. The guy, I guess, who's overseeing the trial. And Lionel Baratheon knights Raymond Fossaway instead. And Dunk is like, oh, we only have 6, but we'll fight 6 on 7. And of course, Arian is like,
hey!
No.
6, 7.
Bruh. Alright. Mods, peel his bones.
Like, referencing it is funnier to me than the actual meaning of it.
It has no meaning. The entire thing.
Exactly.
I'm gonna go get the potato peeler.
Alright. It's time to break out the potato peeler.
I had to. And the fact that he didn't even realize.
Anyways.
Sorry.
Arian is like, no, you can't fight 6 versus 7. Don't do it. The rules are it has to be 7-on-7. If you cannot find 6 people to fight for you, then the gods are deciding that you are unworthy and you should lose. So Dunk asks for just a moment longer from the guy overseeing the trial, and he has this great speech where he's going back and forth in front of the stands where all the lords are, and he's making an appeal.
Yeah, it's the highlight of the show, like this speech.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I want to grab a quick moment too. There's a moment where Dunk is looking up, and I think this is in relation to Raymond Fossaway being knighted. And yeah, this is when he's getting knighted by Lionel, and we see Dunk in his armor looking up, and then we see a shot of Sir Arlen a Pennytree looking down at him as if he's gonna knight him, but he just kind of does a shrug, like, I don't know,
I don't know the vows.
which is amusing. But anyways, he does this appeal to the lords of Westeros, at least the ones that have shown up. And he's like, Sir Arlen a Pennytree was a brave and honorable man. He fought for many of you in different battles, and he trained me to be the same. The only thing I've done is what I believe to be the right thing, to protect the innocent. I've followed my vows, and will any true knight stand up and fight with me for what is right? Basically, I don't remember the full speech, obviously, but that's the gist of it. And you know, one of the people in the crowd stands up, and I can't remember if they start doing the Game of Thrones music here or not, but he stands up. It's a hopeful moment. Then he farts and sits back down, and all the lords begin laughing. And
yeah, and it's a pretty big tease too, because the guy who stands up,
he looks like he
like
could
a
kick ass.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
massive. He's wearing furs and everything. It's like he looks like a Stark standing up, and it's like, oh shit. And then he just does like the fucking like he farts in response and then sits down and everyone laughs at him, and like everyone laughs at fucking
I
Dunk.
remember in the
It's like,
podcast
Jesus.
it was like mentioned whose house that was, but I can't remember anymore. I honestly can't remember. But yeah, I thought that he was definitely joining, but nope.
Yeah. And I said I'm gonna point it out every time. I do have to point it out again. In almost any other show, it would be a very misplaced joke, but it actually, again, kind of makes sense within the setting and the world. It's not tearing down Duncan as a character, nor is it damaging the setting. It actually makes sense that a lot of the lords of Westeros would be really fucking indifferent to this random hedge knight's plight. Why should I fight for this nobody, this lowborn nobody that I don't care about? Type deal.
Yep.
It actually fits in pretty well. And then we get Dunk continuing his plea that I won't believe it. I won't believe that honor has fled the great houses of
Westeros.
that there are no true knights among you.
That's the word I was missing. I was calling it the world of Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
The world of Westeros. Yeah, there we go. Now I finally found the word.
Yeah. But anyways, we do hear a gate clanging when it seems like no one else will rise for him. And you kind of notice one of the chairs up there on the, not the podium, but like the main area where the where the prince was sitting, that chair is empty. And
On the start of his speech?
I believe so. Let's see. Just going back to try and see. Yeah, it's empty the entire time.
Huh. So he was always gonna join them. That's interesting.
That does look to be the case.
It's like it's not like that speech kicked him into high gear. Like, okay, I'll join.
I'm just trying to see if
He
I can
was.
get a better angle on that shot. Because they're doing a decent job of obscuring that area early on. Like, okay, now
Mhm.
Raymond Fossaway is getting knighted, and Dunk goes over to talk to the guy overseeing the trial, and it's hard to tell. It looks like the chair might be empty. Yeah, it looks like the chair is empty.
Hmm.
But it's also a detail you can very easily miss in general, even later into the speech that, oh yeah, the chair is empty. You don't really consider that Baylor isn't there. Until, of course, you already know that he's not there if you've heard from anyone else or you're doing a rewatch. But yeah, the door clangs open, the Game of Thrones theme swells, and Baylor comes through. Prince Baylor, I will join Sir Duncan. I will fight for him. And it's a
Um,
heroic moment that he comes in and is willing to fight for Dunk. He's got his 7.
hang on. I find it. I Yeah, that line is just iconic. Where it just says, "I will side with Sir Duncan." I'm trying to find it. Where is it? I captioned. Yeah, I captioned my photo with mm, with that quote because it's such a good quote
Yeah.
as well. When I was at Comic-Con Dublin,
Hmm.
I really had a fun time there. But yeah, that line is just golden, iconic.
Nice. Anyways, on to episode 5. Um, it starts off with Baylor giving what advice he can to the other men. Try to keep your mount as long as possible. They want to see you dead, fight savagely. And of course, both Raymond Fossaway and Dunk both puke before the fight. And, one of the other knights laughing, oh, fucking green boys, because they're, not experienced in fighting at this point. And of course, we get Beesbury, what of the Kingsguard? And, I still don't know what to think about this, because the show seems to have an implication in the final episode. But, Baylor is
That's
like,
honorable, my lord. Yeah.
yeah, Baylor is like, oh, I'll handle the Kingsguard. They are forbidden from striking a Prince of the Blood. They can only defend from me. And it's I've heard people mention that Beesbury and the other guy are the ones that die to the Kingsguard in the charge. Because yeah, it is Beesbury who dies.
So without him, they would have definitely died.
Yeah.
All of them. That's something else to think about. Yeah, they needed to cheat a little
Yeah.
to get ahead in this fight.
And we get another moment here with Dunk and Egg, where Dunk is like, oh, you better be here when I get back. Rob me and I'll hunt you down. And this time, Egg is the one to bark back at him. Which is an amusing little callback to the earlier episode. I like it. Yeah, because he says, I'll hunt you down with dogs. Forgot the
At
important
first, he
part.
seems a little, cold, like gives him instructions, but then he does show, like, yeah, I'm still friends with you.
Yeah.
By the way, at the end of the day.
And they do something a bit interesting with this episode, because you would think this entire, like, maybe not the entire episode, but the vast majority of it would be the fight. Um, they charge in, they fight. We get to see um, what happens between the different combatants, but especially Dunk versus Arian. They
Mhm.
do their charge. Dunk hesitates a bit because of nerves before he finally gets going, and he gets impaled by the lance right away. And Arian takes out his mace and knocks Dunk into the mud, and the screen goes to black, and we get a flashback for the next. How long is that we get the flashback? Like 10 minutes,
Maybe 10
15
minutes.
minutes?
Yeah,
No, it's like
about 10 minutes.
no, it's a lot longer than 10 minutes. It's like 20 minutes based, or not 20 minutes, 15 minutes long flashback. And this is the story of how Dunk ended up meeting Sir Arlen. And
Which I really did not expect. I didn't expect to see him. I was personally, I was a little bored with the flashback until I saw Sarlin, and I was like, here we go.
it can be a questionable choice and it can be an easy thing to fuck up, but I think they did it decently well here. Where
It's definitely a useful flashback.
yeah,
And a very important one.
yeah. It's just very questionable to put it in the middle of the fight like this. Like, we get to see
Yeah.
a minute of the fight, then Dunk gets knocked into the mud. And then we get
Like,
this
it wasn't...
15-minute long flashback, half the episode, basically.
Yeah. But, like, realistically, that fight is not going to be too long. There's only so much you can fight and stab each other with sharp sticks until you bleed out.
Yeah, if you're having...
So it's not going to be like a fight throughout the whole episode.
Yeah, Game of Thrones did a few episodes where an entire episode was a battle, like the Battle of Blackwater or the Battle of the Wall when Mance Rayder attacked. Both those episodes are fucking great. But you have many characters' perspectives in a massive battle between two very large forces. Whereas
and
here,
this
it's 7 on 7.
It's solely... Yeah, and it's solely told through Dunk's perspective. The book is kind of very strict on that as well. Like no changing perspective, just Dunk's.
Yeah, and it would get old to have a 20-minute fight sequence straight of just Dunk versus Arion. Especially when we cut back to the fight and you see like how quickly they get fucking worn down by their injuries.
Yeah, and I understand some of the complaints because, it was a week-to-week show and people were kind of expecting a fight. But honestly, like, watching it through its entirety, like, binge-watching it, it definitely flows a lot better.
Yeah. But, we get the flashback. It cuts to a battlefield not too far from the Red Keep. And Dunk and this girl, Rafe, are looting the corpses. They're taking what they can to sell off in Flea Bottom to get some money for their dream of crossing the narrow sea to Essos, to the free cities, because they think life will be
better. Yeah.
Yeah, because they think life will be better for them there.
And like the dead knight that they spot, like buried under a horse, he was like calling his mother, which I didn't like catch the first time around.
Yeah.
And Rafe kind of asks, like, have you never seen a dead body before? And he's just like, not like that.
Yeah.
Just kind of paints as a picture of him like he's still kind of innocent and naive, even though he's kind of in Flea Bottom.
Yeah. And speaking of Flea Bottom, once they get back there with their bag of goodies they looted from the battlefield, they run into a what seems like a dirty... I keep wanting to say Kingsguard. He's not Kingsguard, he's City Watch. And Rafe ends up pickpocketing his drinking flask from him, then tosses it away. They sell their stuff, get their money, and they're like, oh, this is enough to cross the narrow sea. And then they go to pay for passage, and oh, it's not enough. Prices have doubled. Everyone wants to get the fuck out of here. And the the corrupt city watchman catches up with them. This seems like it might be maybe a day later or later that day. It's not exactly clear. But he wants his drinking flask back. They tossed it away, or sold it. And instead he steals their money from them and essentially lets them go. But she pickpockets his little dagger off of him. And he comes back, takes it from her because he realizes pretty quick, and slashes her throat, and she's dying.
I personally did not see that coming at all. When I see a young pickpocket prodigy, I assume they're gonna do something with the dagger. But no, the guard just goes up to her, takes it, and slits her throat. And I'm like, okay, that is realistically what would happen, but because of previous Hollywood tisms, I assume that would definitely not happen. But hey, I'm pleasantly surprised when character does something stupid and the consequences immediately made.
Yeah.
It was surprising to me that she just died just there, just like that, at a snap of a finger.
It was kind of obvious that something had to happen to her. Either she split off her dunk for some reason, she left without him to cross the sea, or she died or something. But yeah, she does end up dying. And
Yeah, I was willing to bet that she'd just like go or something, but
yeah, abandon him maybe.
yeah. But this way, it's a lot tougher on
On
Dunk.
Yeah, he has to watch her die. Yeah. And he jumps on the back of the city watch, and this actually leads to kind of one of the best fight scenes in the entire season.
Yeah.
I know one of you are wanting to talk about this scene.
Me, yeah.
Take it away.
I was just talking about how great it is when Arlen shows up and he's completely drunk, but he can still tell what's going on enough to be like, hey, leave that kid alone, and then proceeds to kill two of these fucking city watch guys while completely fucking drunk, and he like beheads one of them.
Yeah.
It's also funny too
Completely
that
better.
they give us an extra shot of the head. So the one guy gets his head cut off, and it falls into the pig pen, and you see one of the pigs sniffing at it. It cuts back to the fighting, and then it cuts back to the head rolled in the mud, and the pig still sniffing at it. It's like, why did we need that? But I'm kind of glad they added it, because I don't know.
Just an extra, take the L, get your head eaten by a pig kind of shot.
Head gets cut off, L plus ratio.
Oh, it's so good. But like, you kind of see like the same reaction that Dunk has when he's utterly helpless in a situation, unable to save Rafe. And what does he do? He lashes out at the guard, and he does kind of the same thing with the puppeteer.
Yeah.
Where he sees someone helpless and he can't stand for it, and he jumps in. Any other smarter thief would have just ran away.
Yeah.
But yeah, he cares a little too much, to his detriment and his most admirable quality.
Yep. Anyway, Sir Arlen sheathes his sword and walks off, leaving Dunk there. We see Dunk kind of like mourning her, like hiding in the little basement area that they were living in. He happens to see Sir Arlen leaving, and he starts following him. And we see Arlen sleeping at night, and Dunk takes a look at his sword and puts it away. Takes a look at his helm and puts it away. Looks at his horses, and we just see Sir Arlen.
Important little detail here when he meets him at the tree, when Dunk is following around that tree. His I can't remember if it was his son or not, or his nephew. That was a squire to Sir Arlen. He has just
nephew.
passed away. Nephew.
Oh,
yeah.
he just...
And there's a grave. at that scene somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I did see a mound of dirt with flowers on it. I didn't realize that was his nephew, because yeah, his nephew died in the Civil War with the Blackfires, which would have been around this time. In fact, one of the things they loot is Blackfire leather, and the person they sell it to says, "We have no need of this. The rebellion
Yep.
is over. We don't want it."
And it might explain why he was hopelessly drunk as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of little details that are quite good. Yep. And that's why he's squireless as well.
Yeah. But yeah, we get a bit of a montage of Dunk following Arlen around, and we get kind of an amusing soundtrack to the section where it's Arlen singing, and it's just him going, yeah, yeah,
Dothraki.
yeah.
Which is highly unusual since they live on the other side of the world. And it just implies that at some point Sauron fought with Dothraki, which is just bizarre.
Wait, is he actually singing Dothraki? Because I thought that was just
Yes.
him, like, singing, like, literal gibberish.
No,
Yeah, I
no,
thought it
he
was just
he was
gibberish.
no, he is singing in Dothraki, and apparently there's a translation as well.
Oh my god. Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't realize that. Because it just sounded like old man drunk gibberish. That's actually kind of a crazy detail.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But anyways, yeah, we have the soundtrack of him singing what sounds like gibberish, but is apparently Dothraki. As Dunk is constantly following him around, watching him train.
Yeah. Like, I always wondered, like, why are you being so pleasant to this dude, like honoring his name and everything? And it's just kind of bugs me. Like, is it your naivety, or is it that you respect your elders and whatnot? And I really value like this flashback, like him constantly following him, even if it means drinking through dirty water and then puking it out, sleeping in the forest, just constantly follow him. Because at the end of the day, Sauron completely saved his life. He would have been dead on the streets in Flea Bottom without him.
Yeah.
And yeah, he just earns his loyalty like completely, and that's why he spoke so well of him, regardless of his character. It's such a cool moment. I really like this kind of connection between this kind of flimsy father that's, kind of good at heart, really.
Yeah.
They complement each other well.
And then, of course, we get what might be one of the best moments in the entire season, where Arlen gets up and he finds that, oh, Dunk has collapsed on the hill. And he just, it looks like he offers him his water thing, but he's leaning over and he just says, "Get up." I kind of love it.
Yep.
It's amazing how powerful two very simple words can be.
It's a good. I was like wondering like what thumbnail you'd use for this show because there's a bunch of moments, but yeah, you choose that one. That's a pretty good moment. Yeah.
Yeah, because I did say before the stream, I had to choose this image to be the thumbnail. It's like the most obvious one ever, but I had to go with it. And I thought after, you know what, there are a bunch that could probably apply to, but I don't know.
Yeah, there's Dunk's speech. There's Breakspear say, "I'll take say Duncan's side." What else is there? There's probably one more that's. But there's multiple things you could choose. There's multiple things that are just sends chill down your spines kind of thing.
Especially that shot at the end with them on the horses and Sir Arlen walking off to the side on Sweetfoot. That's such a great moment too. But yeah,
it's a Fast and Furious moment. It's been a long day.
I've never watched those.
Oh, where Paul Walker kind of drives off to the left and Don Toretto just keeps driving forward, and that's how they separate. Kind of mimicking that. But it's a good meme. But I don't recommend you would watch Fast and Furious just to understand that meme. So don't worry about it, guys.
But yeah, it's again very simple, 2 words, get up. But I like the way it's used. It's a powerful moment of, this is Sir Arlen accepting Sir Dunk as a squire. Basically, he's going to take care of this kid who has been following him around and needs guidance. And it's
That's
also,
exactly what Dunk does in the battle as well. I think that's the lines that he was kind of remembering. Those words, that first words that he said to him.
yeah. And of course, it relates to present day as well. Of Dunk just got knocked off his horse and into the mud, and he needs to get up. And it comes back in a bit when he gets injured as well. Like much deeper into the fighting. But
Yep.
yeah, we get the back and forth between Dunk and Arian, and I don't know how much I can really say about the actual fight itself. It looks pretty fucking brutal. It looks like a good fight for the most part. Like, it doesn't
Yep.
feel like a cheap and lazy fight, but it also
Mhm.
doesn't seem too, like, flourishy and flowery and fake either. It looks like a
Yeah.
real visceral, brutal fucking fight that actually would have happened.
Yeah. Like full of adrenaline. We're stabbing each other with sharp sticks, kind of
Yeah.
grim fight.
Yeah, they're needling
And
each other with their swords and hitting them with shields, and yeah,
it's not glorious in any sense
yeah,
of the word. And yeah, that armor saves Dunk's life multiple times because slashes are not that effective against chainmail,
yeah.
which you appreciate because you see multiple times in, like, even in the Game of Thrones shows where people just plunge their whole sword through people's chests easily.
Yeah.
And the armor does jack shit.
There's also a sort of a funny moment here where Arion throws his sword into Dunk's leg, and then he runs over and he's like, "Give it back, give it back." He's reaching down for it, trying to get it back, and he misses it a couple times before yanking it out of his leg.
It's like a rugby little match in the mud,
Yeah.
just grappling on top of each other. Oh, at one point as well, I've seen some analysis of this fight, where Arian was kind of on top of Dunk, and Fossaway was the guy on the horse that kind of hit him to get off Dunk. That was Fossaway riding the horse. So yeah, that guy's a bro. That guy's a G. Knight me so I can fight with you alongside you. He's definitely a proper friend.
Yeah, and there's some very brutal hits in this fight too. Like, there's one point where Dunk gets his like sword into the like upper thigh area of Arion and fucking slices. It's like, oh fuck, that looked like it would have been a
Yeah,
bad one to receive.
those are the veins you do not want cut at all. That, like, bleed out would be quite quick and painful.
But yeah, Dunk manages to pull his helmet off, and after a few more hits, he kind of falls down and like he's sitting in the mud, and he just kind of falls over, and it looks like he's dead. Arian is like asking for them to call an end to the fight because Dunk is dead. And I don't know what to think about this moment because he's like obviously still, his eyes are open, he looks dead. And are we supposed to interpret that as like the gods actually intervening and saving his life there so he can continue fighting? Because I don't actually
No.
know if the gods of this world are like real or not. Is it because that's something they kind of highlight in Game
So
of Thrones, where
w-
trial by
from my limited knowledge, the old gods in Game of Thrones are definitely real. The seven that this whole trial is technically for,
yeah.
that's a bit debatable. Like, we've not necessarily seen anything from that, but
Yeah, because I know in Game of Thrones they put emphasis on the fact that, yeah, trial by combat, that's just a bullshit thing of lords being able to get someone to fight for them to settle their disputes and stuff without actually having to do a proper trial where it's like, here's our arguments and evidence for my innocence or for their guilt or whatever. In fact, in one of the books, they make a point of basically outlawing it, so I think Cersei can't escape like certain, I guess, consequences for some of her actions. But that's like pretty deep into the books. But anyways, he does look dead, and we get the get up again. Egg is yelling, get up, Sir Dunk, get up. And then we get the quick little moment, the quick little flashback of Sir Arlen of get up. And that's when Dunk starts breathing again. And,
By the way, some people have set up the alarm clock as that. Get up, Sir Duncan! Get up there! Get up!
that's amazing. That would never work on me.
I think it would, but eventually it wouldn't have the same effect. So I think I'll set it up if for a time when I really need to get up. I'll get up for that. Definitely for Egg, I'll get up.
I'll set an alarm to play that on my fucking deathbed so I can live for another 30 years.
Nah, if I'm in the coffin, I'm like, yeah, I'm happy. It's all ended. Thank God. I don't want to go through that again. Oh.
But anyways, yeah, we get the flashback. Like I said, Dunk gets up, and I also really like this moment too because Dunk is struggling, but he's still in the fight, and Arian is like fucking miserable. He's just like, fuck, I have to continue fighting this guy. You could tell he's like really not fucking happy of having to go up against this guy again.
He thought you wouldn't have to fight, you know, like freaking hell. He found 7 people. How the hell is this guy still standing? And you know,
but it's also the exact moment where he goes to put the faceplate of his helm down again, where he's like, he just clenches his eyes and kind of like sighs, like, "Fuck, I have to keep going," because you know he's been through it as well. He's like, I might actually lose this, which of course he does. He stumbles to pick up his sword, and they go at it.
Wait, doesn't Maker at some point like scream out, "My boy, my boy"?
That was before Dunk passed out there, where he.
Okay.
It's like when he slashed at his leg that I mentioned. That's when Makar starts going, "My boy," and other people hold him back.
I wonder who's holding him back. I think
we would have to check. I don't feel like going back.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But yeah, we get the moment where Dunk gets him on the ground. He's on top of him. And he gets his shield and just starts beating the shit out of him with his shield. It's
satisfying.
Yes, it's very satisfying seeing a character get what they fucking deserve. And he throws his shield away and starts punching him in the face. And finally, Arian is like, I yield. And Dunk grabs him by the leg, drags him to the fucking front where all the High Lord spectators are, and holds him up, and he's like, say it. And Arian says, I yield. And the fight is over. Dunk won. Actually, he doesn't say I yield. He says, I retract my accusation. And the fight is over. Dunk won. Dunk has earned his freedom, has earned his life back, and has earned not losing a hand and foot.
Yep.
Against all odds. I also like how he just throws him to the side, too, after he says, I withdraw my accusation.
After careful consideration, I decided to withdraw my accusation. In corporal speak.
But yeah, that's the end of the fight. And
this was heartbreaking.
It is. Because
my older brother and told me he spoiled it to me like week to week. Like, oh
Wow.
yeah. Everyone who volunteers for combat trial by combat ends well in the Game of Thrones, and I'm like, oh no, no, you don't.
actually-
And I won't finish that. And yeah, this still, even though he told me that, I was still shocked by
Yeah.
this. You know.
I was actually meaning to mention it sooner too, and I forgot. But there was a comment in chat earlier talking about the previous Trial of 7, which was about 100 years ago in the timeline, and only had one survivor.
Damn.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, this is heartbreaking. We get so little time with Baelor Targaryen, and they build him up as like a very respectable, honorable character that you like really come to like in such a short amount of screen time.
Yeah, I was like foolishly thought, oh yes, he's safe. All right, we're good. We're good. He'll live another day.
Yeah.
Ah,
So they bring Dunk off to the side. They're talking about his wounds and how they need to treat it.
and Breakspear, he saves his life again.
Yeah.
He says, not oil, that will kill him. Use wine instead.
Yeah, boiling wine
What a chat.
to clean his
What a
wounds.
chat.
And of course, despite all his injuries, Dunk gets up and he's like, "Your Grace, I am your man." And Baylor's like, "I need good men, Sir Duncan. The realm needs good men." And this is where he stumbles back and he's like, "Oh, I need help with my helm." And
My brother, he is very strong.
yeah, he's like, "Oh, my hands, my fingers feel like wood." And they say, "Oh yeah, the helm is crunched at the back, and he needs Pate's help to get it off. It's crushed." And he's like, my brother's most like he's strong, like obviously very proud of his brother."
Yeah.
And they
Like,
pull...
even though they fought for a bit, he still has some warmth for his brother, which is...
well, yeah, it's not like
Yeah.
they were fighting here, but it's not like they were fighting out of anger for each other. They're
Yeah.
brothers who obviously care for one another, but are on opposite sides of this particular conflict, where Makar
And
wants to
Makar
help...
didn't want to fight him.
Yeah,
Like, he was
he...
like, are you out of your senses? Get out of here, kind of thing.
Well,
Yeah.
not just that. Makar is fighting for the honor of his son, basically. Sons, I should say. And Baelor is fighting for essentially the life of a good man. It's like very reasonable for both of them to be in this fight. And it's like, yeah, they don't really mean harm to each other. Of course, they want each other to come out of it all right, but that's unfortunately not the way things go in this world. Because they pull off the helm and we hear a squelching sound, and something falls out of the back of his head, and it turns he turns around, and there's a massive wound in the back of his head. His skull has been crushed horribly at the back. And Baelor Targaryen, the dragon, falls backwards onto Dunk dead, with Dunk trying to get him to get up. Deeply upset at his death and saying "I'm sorry" over and over again.
Like,
It is.
at first, I was like wondering, like, what's this injury about? But I think there are injuries where you don't die necessarily on impact.
Yeah, there's
where
plenty of injuries where you could survive days, weeks, months, even years after the fact from an injury and eventually die from it.
Yep.
There's a
The-
video, just quickly,
Oh,
there's a
sorry.
video I watched the other day. I've been watching different, like, true crime videos on YouTube, and one of them was a man who had set his girlfriend on fire. He had poured gas on her and set her on fire. And her burns were so bad that most people who get burns like that don't live, like, they don't survive for like a month or two after that. They'll die. And I think she survived a year and a half after the fact before she finally died of her injuries. Very tragic, horrible situation, but there's plenty of situations where you can get an injury that just will kill you much later.
And I was like wondering, like, why didn't that hit not really kill him? Why did he just fight now? And the thing is, it's like the human body is really strangely flexible in some circumstances when it's getting grazed or hit by bullets, or getting hit over the head with a spear, with that helmet just keeping everything in place. And even though it's all mushed up back there, the body is still kind of functioning in a sense, because it's still there.
Yeah.
It's not until that brain just falls off completely.
Well, that's the thing,
That,
is even if they didn't take the helmet off, or if they found a way to
he would have bled out and died.
yeah,
Yeah.
he was a dead man walking anyways, unfortunately.
It's like a
Yeah.
yeah.
I actually watched Shadowversity did a video talking about this fight where they tried to test if they could replicate the damage. I don't think they did. They're using coconuts in place of a human head.
You could
And-
definitely fracture the skull.
Yeah.
That's a concern.
Yeah.
So maybe not falling off brain bits, but fracture a skull. Yeah, definitely. He'd be a vegetable. Most probably.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because, again, you can tell by the way they had written the character that, like, he actually would have probably been a very good king. And that comes up
Yep.
quite a bit in the next episode as well. Yeah, time to start wrapping this up with the final episode. And there's some good lines and moments in this episode too. Especially the fucking comedic lines. Let me just get situated here with this next episode. Hold on. Right. So we cut forward some time. Dunk is sitting under the tree again, and Lionel Baratheon, and I assume his maester is there. And Baratheon is like, "Yeah, that was a great tournament. Sad that it's over." And the maester
Dunk is just there staring into space. Yeah.
Yeah, Dunk is just sitting there completely fucking. He's got wounds all over his body. He's in pain. He's fucking miserable. And the maester is tending to him, and we get one of the funnier moments in this show that I really like, where the maester is like, "Oh, the wounds, does he say the mortification is set in? His wounds, they have mortified. It's beyond my abilities." And Lionel Baratheon is like, "Oh, for fuck's sake. An itchy asshole is beyond your abilities, my friend. Begone, witch. Fuck off with you."
When the doctor doesn't say things you like, just get another one. Don't worry about it.
I just love the whole sequence of him just fucking insulting this guy of, "An itchy assholes beyond your abilities, begone witch, fuck off with you. Cunt. It's fine, you're fine. He's a terrible maester."
And it's just like cheering him up there. Don't worry about it. He's terrible at his job.
Yeah. But anyways, Duncan is kind of getting what he asked for here, in the sense that Lionel Baratheon basically wants to, I guess, hire Dunk. He's like, "Come back to the Stormlands with me. We'll hunt, we'll hawk. I'll love you like a brother. And if you don't come with me, then fuck it, I'll hate you like a brother." Which I really like that line. It's a good line of like, yeah, you know,
Either way, you're still a brother to me,
yeah.
which is cute. Which is good.
Then we get, of course, Dunk is like, yeah, I've only brought pain and hardship to those around me. Lionel says, "Oh, you've done the realm of kindness. You'll see that one day." As much as I like Lionel's character, this is kind of the part where he's a bit of an asshole. It's with how good
Yeah,
Baylor was, because
he's letting his anger towards Targaryens kind of cloud his judgment.
yeah, because he says, "Oh yeah, the only good dragon is a dead dragon," and Dunk gets upset at that because it's like, Baylor fought for me. He gave his life. Can you please speak of him with a little respect? And this sets Lionel off because he's like, I fought for you. Harding, Beesbury, the fucking Apple Boy, we fought for you. Your prince fought for you against men sworn to protect him. He risked nothing. And the gods don't favor a fraud. And there's a few things in there where it's like, it almost kind of seems like Lionel Baratheon is, he's about to make it all about himself, because he says, I fought for you. Then he stops and goes, Harding, Beesbury fought for you. Because I think it seems like he was gonna make it all about himself, and then realized that wouldn't be the best way to appeal to Dunk, maybe. But then the whole thing of he risked nothing, it's like, not really, because there's still a risk in going into the fight, and also he fucking died. There absolutely was risk there. I'm sorry. Like, even if he was going up against men sworn to protect him, the ultimate outcome is that he died. But then Lionel says the gods don't favor a fraud, and that kind of brings up the issue of the gods again, where it's like, I was kind of questioning, did they save Dunk in that moment earlier? And it's almost kind of a question, too, of, did they punish Baylor for using his position to make the fight unbalanced? You know? It is something that I kind of wonder about. I know we'll never get an actual answer to that, but it does kind of raise the interesting question, I think, at least. Just got here. What's up? We are on the final episode of Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Probably going to be ending in maybe a half hour or so. If I had to guess. But we also got Dunk saying, then why did they favor me? And then Lionel, this is not favor, this is mockery. With the insanely injured state Dunk is in.
Well, not entirely. I think Dunk saves a lot of people right his journey, so maybe there is a reason.
Yeah.
That
That does come up later. Kinda. Later and later.
Yep. And like this exchange like finishes. Okay, let's go for a roast.
No,
and then they immediately cut to the funeral pyre. And it's just
the way
thanks.
it goes is Lionel's like, there's a war coming, you and I could be a force, you'll consider it? He's like, good, caravan departs after the roast, and it hard cuts to them burning Baylor's body, as is custom for Targaryens.
I think that was intentional.
Oh, that was absolutely intentional. That's one hell of a cut.
Yep.
Dunk attends the funeral. I think he shows up after the fact, because I don't think he's there when everyone else is, when all the rest of the Targaryens are there. Doesn't look like he's there. But he shows up after the fact to pay his respects, and he talks to Baelor's son, who's, lamenting his father's death. many sons have died in their father's armor. How many fathers have died in their son's armor? And then he basically tells Dunk to go away.
He does seem like a lot like his father, but
He
unfortunate sales
does.
and stuff.
Honestly, I'm not really sure what to make of his line. It's one I'm having a bit of trouble with. I think it's just him lamenting the fact that this is an uncommon occurrence that a father would die in his son's armor.
Yep. And notice how Breakspear's children are, and how Meika's children are. They're definitely. I think this is what this episode explores, like what kind of environment, what kind of father figure you have to kind of determine what kind of person you become. There's a lot of reflection on that, I think, in this episode.
Yeah. And the son says the Baylor had it in him to be a great king. Why would the gods take him and leave you? It does seem a bit angry, not entirely unjustified. It's like, yeah, Dunk didn't kill him, but at the same time, Baylor went to fight for him and died fighting for him, and it's like, I understand why that resentment would be there.
I mean, we have the benefit of seeing things from Dunk's perspective, but
Yeah.
like, imagine someday you are just off in a journey, you are about to pack your bags, and all of a sudden you hear about your father's death. Just died in trial-by combat by some hedge knight.
He
You'd
borrowed
be more than angry.
he
Yeah.
borrowed your armor to fight in defense of some nameless nobody that no one knows or cares about, and died doing so. Yeah.
I'm surprised like he wasn't angrier with him, to be honest.
I think there's it seems like there's resentment there, but not anger, because it's like, yeah, you didn't actually do it. It's not your fault. But at the same time, if you weren't there, my father would still be here type thing. If that
Yep.
makes sense. We get a bit of a conclusion to Raymond Fossaway's story. His cousin took his tent away, so I don't know if he got another one. He does have a tent. And it turns out he's got a wife now. One of the women that's been in the camp tended to his wounds because he had no squire of his own, and now she's saying she married him, and they've got he got her pregnant apparently.
Even though she's like long term away from the pregnancy, but
Yeah.
poor old Fossaway doesn't know that.
And
It
he
just makes me sad for Fossaway. And it kind of sets up that the Fossaway lineage could have been, bastards, so not actually legitimate, and that has some implications like down the line.
Yeah, maybe. But we also have his shield painted with a green apple. He's splitting off a branch of the family to be the green apple Fossaways. So a bit of a decent enough conclusion to his story, and we get a little bit more later on.
Yeah, he was like hugging him too long as well. He was a good friend.
Yeah. Just a moment while I take a drink. Sorry about that. A couple of not Kingsguard, but I guess House Guards for the Targaryens call him because Prince Maekar wants to see him. And we kind of the scene in the book is all at once, and we kind of get split here in the show. But it's a very good scene overall. The conversation between these two, where Makar says, "I'm sending Arian to the east. Um, a few years in the free cities may change him for the better." Um, turns out maybe not, considering what happens to him in the end with the whole, drinking wildfire thing to turn into a dragon. He's a little bit too far gone. Um, and he's also similarly, I guess, lamenting the fact of what the outcome is, what the consequences of all this is. Some men will say, "I meant to slay my brother. The gods know it is a lie, but I will hear the whispers till the day I die." And it's like, yeah, that's kind of unavoidable in this situation. It's a burden he'll have to carry for the rest of his life, basically.
He
That
comes off as really sympathetic in this episode. He's not just some, evil twirling
yeah,
younger brother who's opportunistic and got his brother deleted just to be closer to the throne. It's nothing like that.
yeah,
He cared for his brother, and you can definitely tell
yeah, and
in this episode.
that's one of the good things about the characterization in this show too, is none of them feel two-dimensional at any point. Like, you mentioned how he doesn't come across as a mustache-twirling villain. Even in the earlier episodes where he is constantly, like, swearing and pissed off, he didn't come across as a villain, just as someone who's just frustrated in dealing with shit. Especially with the fact that, his two kids have gone missing at the time. So it's like, yeah, he's not an evil person, he's not a horrible piece of shit. It's just some bad days for him, basically, and now even worse days where he's like, yeah, I didn't want this. People will say that I killed him for the throne, but that's obviously not the case. Yeah, again, I like it. I think it's done really well. Dunk says, you swung the mace, but as for me, Prince Baelor died. To which Makar says, you'll hear them whisper as well. The king is old. When he dies, each time a battle is lost or a crop fails, the fools will say Baelor would not have let it happen. But the hedge knight killed him. And, yeah, that seems like it'd be pretty accurate too, honestly, where it's like, this is something that's going to be saddled on Dunk as well.
Yeah. Surprisingly, Dunk tries to defend himself somewhat. That maybe this sacrifice wasn't in vain. Maybe his leg and arm are worth something in the
Yeah.
future. For a hedge knight, that's very unfucking likely.
Yeah.
Is what make a response. I'm surprised you defended yourself here. I would not have. I would just thought, yep. All the insults, you can throw it at me. Okay, GG. Yeah, you do that. I'm surprised he kind of stood up for himself. But yeah.
Glad he did,
it's a
though. It
tough
definitely
choice.
shows a progression of character, too. Where he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, he might not have said that before, but now he is. Yeah, Mike the
Well, there's
Realm.
also the fact that, like, if the gods do exist, then him winning is proof that there is some value to him and that he probably does have a larger purpose. So,
Yeah.
him dying was deemed necessary by the gods.
Yeah. Well, it could be, like I mentioned earlier, that, what would the timeline look if Baelor had survived? It might be that if Baelor had survived and everything after the fact went differently down the timeline, we would never have Robert's Rebellion, we would never have the prince that was promised, and the White Walkers might have won. It could be that that's simply the design of the gods in this universe.
Yeah.
Or, if we go by the show's version, we would not have the prince that was promised who ends up doing nothing, and then some little girl, Arya Stark, ends up killing the Night King instead.
Yeah. God. I haven't even seen the rest of the show, but just knowing that shit happens pisses me off so
Dude.
much, man.
I can't wait to see your reaction of the absolute bullshit in season 8.
Yeah.
Danny wouldn't have 9/11 to King's Landing. No, it wasn't 9/11. It's like 9/11 times 1,000. She burnt the entire city to the fucking ground.
Yeah. I mean, dragons are the nukes of Westeros, so
Basically.
yeah. Not an airplane, a nuke to the Twin Towers. Imagine that.
You know one of the things that annoys me the fucking most about season 8? Like,
What?
there's all the writing issues, there's all those problems. What I hate is that they put so much effort into the intro of every episode, and it was really fucking cool, because I've always liked the Game of Thrones intro, and they did a special new one where, you know, the metal rings around the sun are depicting events from the show itself instead of Robert's Rebellion. And you see the camera, you know, it follows, it goes through the wall, it goes to Last Hearth, it goes to Winterfell, and you see, like, little tiles flipping over, showing, like, oh yeah, it's getting colder as the White Walkers progress towards Winterfell. And then you see, in the later episodes, you know, Winterfell is all damaged and destroyed, and King's Landing is all damaged and destroyed. It's such a fucking, like, awesome title sequence, especially with the camera doing a lot more movements than in the previous intros, because it's actually going through the buildings this time. It's like, yeah, for some of the most dogshit fucking episodes ever.
I'm gonna be honest. I actually skipped intro for the later seasons because I was getting bored late. Wait, okay, but I trust. I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
I need you to do something for me after the stream. Go watch one of the season 8 intros. It is so fucked up how those end up being the best part of the entire fucking season. They were wasted on this fucking garbage.
I think Game of Thrones was the most popular TV show of my lifetime, I think.
Maybe.
See, that did not go in the direction I thought you were going to take it. I thought you were going to say, like, the thing that pissed you off so much was, like, you were really enjoying these intros, and then, like, in season 8, they were going to be like, oh, it just goes back to, like, the season 1 intro, and it's just like that for the rest of the time or something.
No, because, like, it genuinely is a very interesting progression to see, like, yeah, the White Walkers are approaching Winterfell, then you have the Battle of Winterfell. Now, it's been updated where Winterfell's all fucked up and damaged because of the battle there. Then they go to King's Landing, and now King's Landing is all fucked up and damaged because of the battle there. And, like, them updating it each episode, basically, for the final season is, like, that's actually really cool. I really like that, because you can see, like, the whole thing is, like, a little mechanical display, essentially, with the cities building themselves in the earlier episodes, and even in these episodes. And you can kind of see the mechanics of how it all works. It's like Clockwork Machine, basically. And then when Winterfell and King's Landing get fucking destroyed in those episodes, you could see that among them being destroyed in the intros, you could see, like, there's gears clicking and things spinning, not doing anything, because the set has been destroyed. And it's a really fucking cool detail just to be wasted on this dog shit. I'm sorry, I really fucking hate season 8 of Game of Thrones.
We understand. We understand.
Anyways, getting back on track. Yeah, Makar says the realm has as many hedge knight as hedges. Because that's the whole, yeah, not bloody likely that your foot is going to be useful to the realm, compared to my brother's life, basically. But then we get into the actual point of why he was called here. Egg is quite fond of Dunk, and it's time for him to be a squire, and he won't squire for anyone but Dunk. And Makar even says he's an unruly boy, as you will have noticed, to which Dunk says, actually, he's a good lad. Just needs a stern hand. And Makar offers, will you take him on as squire? You'll have to come to Summerhall with us. You'll have to go through training from my master at arms, because I'm sure Sir Arlen did all he could for you, but you still need training. And it's like, kind of a good deal, but also probably not one that would work out well given what we know about these characters, essentially. Because for now, Dunk says, I think I'm done with princes. Which I don't think comes up in the book, but what does is what we get in the scene later, where he's like, he comes back to Makar and says, I will take Egg as a squire, but we won't be going to Summerhall. We will travel the road. We will fight for lords and other knights, sleep in their halls, sleep on the road, eat salt beef. And Makar is like against it. He says, my boy will not live like a peasant, yada yada yada, stuff like that. And Dunk just says, Darion never slept in a ditch. Arion had all the rare bloody steaks he could have wanted. How did they turn out? And go ahead.
We missed a little bit, like where.
I'll get the in-between bit after.
Okay. Because the way in between is kind of has a cool detail, but yeah.
I just wanted to get the Makar stuff all out of the way, because I don't know why they split the two scenes in the show, but they are connected in the book, and I feel it served better to talk about them together. Actually, maybe that last bit I can save. No, I'll just Makar appeals to Dunk, basically saying, you know, he's my last boy. And or my last son, I think he says.
And one that he's like not totally
Yeah.
ashamed of.
Yeah, because
that hasn't become a little Joffrey monster.
yeah, because the other three are kind of a write-off at this point. One is a drunk, and they say earlier in the series, in the season, that you know, maybe he'll shape up with time. That's kind of unlikely. Arian is a piece of shit, and I don't know what's wrong with Aemon exactly, aside from he's going to go be a maester, which precludes him from potentially being an heir.
I think they did just described it as inept, kind of like Egg. It's just like, what are we gonna do with you? Just send you to the Maesters. And Egg is kind of also, in a sort of sense, inept, but he tries. You know, I think there was like a certain interaction with him and Breakspear when Breakspear was talking with Dunk before the trial, and he was kind of like trying to keep it out, like pour that water straight, like do this and that, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Trying to make him useful as possible, and Dunk kind of complimented him there when he didn't have to. So Egg is also trying to be shaped up to be something as well.
Yeah, because like you say, Baylor was like, pour him a drink and don't spill it. And
yeah,
Dunk was like, oh, he won't. You know, kind of showing that, you know, he knows Egg is I guess competent.
Yep.
But anyways, yeah, after the first half, after Dunk says, oh yeah, I'm done with princes, we get a flashback to Dunk and Sir Arlen. And Sir Arlen starts telling a story when the Lord calls his banners and sends his boys off to war. It's custom for each to nail a penny to the oak in the square, and if we return to take it down. And that's why the town is named Penny Tree. That's why he is Sir Arlen a Penny Tree, because that's where he comes from.
Yeah,
But he,
and it's not just one penny; it's like millions of pennies covered
Yeah,
in trees because people don't come back from the war to collect it.
yeah, because he has a line there. It's often hard to find a spare bit to nail a new penny.
It's like kind of like dog tags in a sense with army stuff. So
Yeah. And when there's a bit of a break in Arlen's story, Dunk just says, "Why did you never knight me?" Which is, I'm still not taking it as full confirmation that he wasn't knighted. Like, it does seem pretty blatant, but there's also time between the story and the time that Sir Arlen died, which maybe he did? Maybe? Maybe I'm coping. But, I still think
I like
it's
to think
questionable.
that he's somewhat did, but Dunk wasn't particularly paying attention, like because he didn't seem to know what he was doing with the.
Well, we got that shot in the previous episode where Sir Arlen is looking down at him, and he just kind of does this little shrug. It's like, maybe that was the knighting, it's just Arlen didn't know the words.
Yeah.
Or didn't remember them.
Well, I can see Dunk kind of having no option but to, declare himself as a knight, even though if it was either didn't happen completely or just felt kind of unofficial in a sense. But well, now technically he is because he's gone through this.
Yeah.
But I think Ryan said this, that it'd be a much more interesting story that what makes the best knight was a knight that was never knighted to begin with. There's a kind of lesson in that. I kind of agree with that logic.
Yeah. But also, after asking the question, Arlen kind of like, he doesn't throw his head back, but his head kind of falls backwards towards the tree. And he's not moving. His eyes are open, he isn't blinking. And Dunk thinks he died. Right after asking that question, of course. Then, after a moment, he kind of, like, gasps again. And, finishes his story that, and that's why they call it the Penny Tree. A true knight always finishes a story. It's
what do
nice...
you mean by that?
Yeah, it's a nice moment where you get a little bit of backstory on why it's called Penny Tree, and seemingly revealing that Dunk wasn't actually knighted. The more I think about it, the more I think that, yeah, that probably is the show saying he wasn't knighted, but whatever. And yeah, that line in particular, a true knight always finishes a story. It's like, hint, hint, wink, wink. Come on, George, finish the fucking books already, fucking old piece of shit.
Don't you die on me! Write it! Write it!
George R. R. Martin is legally forbidden from dying for the next 200 years until he finishes his fucking book.
As soon as he dies, just give him like CPR. Don't you fucking die!
As soon as he finishes his book, he just fucking turns to dust like that guy in Smiling Friends. Hey, it's me, Charlie. Hey, did that guy just turn into dust?
I don't even know who could finish the books instead of him if he dies. I did suggest maybe the Witcher writer. He kind of does grim fantasy, but I don't know, honestly.
I think See, I'm not super familiar with a bunch of artists, and this is probably a basic bitch answer, but I think Brandon Sanderson could do it.
He did do Wheel of Time, but
Yeah, I have heard that.
yeah, he might be like a normie choice and whatnot, and he might be good for it. But can he kind of replicate George's style? I don't know.
He
He
is
probably
very
could.
skilled at writing. I think he could do it.
He probably could, yeah. But would it be something that he'd like to do? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, is it his style, his preference? Because I think he really loved Wheel of Time and even wanted to advise on the show on the live action Wheel of Time show, but they told him to f off for some reason.
Yeah,
But
because
hey,
they wanted to turn it into a fucking piece of shit. They
yep,
didn't want to be accurate to what was there.
it's just generic fantasy modern day slop.
Yep.
That's what it turned out.
Anyways, we cut back to present, and Dunk is just kind of hanging out in a tent. They're commemorating Beesbury and Harding for dying. They've got the coffin with the bees, as mentioned earlier. How do you think they got the bees there? Magic? Well, they put the queen bee in Beesbury's coffin.
Oh,
Fucking bee magic.
hey, maybe. The first way is that apple magic, don't you know?
But anyways, who should Dunk see in the tent but Darien Targaryen, which is quite the name. He's like, oh, you have some nerve to show up here. Those men are dead because of you. And
Hey, I dropped dead at the first instance. Well, what do you have against me? What the hell?
well, there wouldn't have been a trial of 7 if he retracted his claim. But anyways, yeah, he kind of comes
So
to plead
wait,
with
technically it was 6 against 7. See what I did there?
Kill.
Kill. time-
Because
it's-
he fell, you know.
It's time to
He
break out
played
the
dead.
potato peeler, pagan.
I'm getting it. Shink, shink.
Anyways, he asks Dunk to, can you take Egg as to be your squire? And Dunk is like, I said no before. And this is when Darien does a kind of, I guess, nice appeal to, like, what's, I guess, kind of happened with their family. Where he says, my brother didn't always used to be a monster. Talking about Aryan, because Dunk
Yeah,
gets that confused at first. But he's like,
that he liked to fish, and Egg says the exact same thing at some point in the show.
yeah. But he says, perhaps the seeds of madness are sown in the womb, as the maesters say. But Arian was a quite glad child once. He liked fishing. And again, it's one of those cuts the show does that I really like, where it cuts from that to there's a nasty looking fish on a plate with a knife stabbed through it. This is dinner delivered to Egg that he obviously didn't eat, and now it's gone bad because it's just been sitting there. Yeah, there's even a fly buzzing around it. And Egg gets up and looks at himself in the mirror, and he's
Seeing his hair grow.
yeah, he's got kind of like peach fuzz on his head. His hair is growing back, and he didn't actually cut it off before. It was Darien who cut it off, so he wouldn't be recognized at the inn. But he claimed that he cut it off because he didn't want to look like Arian. And seeing it back, I guess, kind of motivates him, because it cuts back to the fish, then the knife is gone. And we see Egg approaching Arian in a bed in Ashford with the knife in hand, like he's ready to kill him. This is knife, or sorry, this is knife. Fucking hell. This is Egg going down the dark path. This is
And a justified path. I mean, this is all his fault.
Yeah, this is all Arian's fault. This is, I guess, somewhat justified, but at the same time, it's a dark path for Egg to go down to do this. And
Mm.
if he were to do this, this would be a sort of point of no return for him. Especially in the world of Westeros, where it's like, yeah, kinslaying is actually a big fucking deal. And, as he's approaching the bed, he hears a sound, and he sees Makar there, and who is sitting in the room quietly the entire time, and there's no words exchanged between them.
No, he
But-
doesn't berate him. He doesn't shout.
He doesn't
There's
do
just
anything.
that look of shock. No.
Yeah, there's tears streaming down Egg's face. He drops the knife, and Makar has his hands on his shoulder. It's like not angry, not
Like, I understand.
Yeah.
I kind of feel that too.
yeah, it's like you say, not shouting. It's just a moment between these characters where it's like I don't know the best way to describe it, but it's again,
Yeah.
I like the way it's handled.
It's like no words said, but the acting and the expressions are
Yeah,
absolutely
they-
fantastic.
they
Some of the
carry
best
it so
acting
well.
I've seen in a show. Yeah.
yeah,
And a kid actor as well.
yes.
And I completely buy into it. There's nothing to pull me away from it. Yeah, those guys nailed that scene completely.
And it just
It's
also
basically him just being like, "Hey, he deserves it, but he's also your brother. You can't do that."
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just feels like a very real moment too, with him coming over and just like gently putting his hands on Egg's shoulder, and it's not quite a hug, but like embracing him as family. Of like, I'm not mad at you, but we can't be doing this.
Yeah, and like just like drops his knife in defeat, and there's some relief, there's some kind of okay,
Yeah,
I give up kind of thing, like kind of exhaustion.
yeah, and it definitely does feel like this.
And
This
he's
is-
there because he cares, he cares for what happened to his uncle. He cares for what happened to Dunk. He's not just killing him to be some down the line more king. It's because of how royally messed up this brother is.
Yeah,
We even hear him mention that he killed his cat and he held a knife to his crotch, saying, I might turn you to a sister just so I can marry you."
yeah, because I have
kind
too many
of
brothers.
stuff.
Yeah, yeah, but I do feel very much that like this moment is essentially Egg going down the dark route, and this is his soul being saved from being stopped from doing that. Of course, there's a knock at the door, and Dunk wants to see Makar, and this is where we get back to that point from earlier where he said that Egg might be better served away from castles. We'll live on the road. I'll train him to be a knight as Sir Erland taught me, basically. There's also a quick little moment that I really like too, where while Dunk is waiting for Makar, Lord Ashford's daughter comes up and says, "I want you to know I do not blame you for ruining my name day. It was a rotten thing they've done to you, and you are right in your reply." Just a quick little acknowledgement of like, hey, this wasn't your fault. You were right.
Which is cool.
Yeah. And also with with Makar's final like plea there to Dunk that, oh, Egg is my last son. That's kind of where the discussion ends. It isn't confirmed that Egg is being sent with him or not. Like, it just very much seems like the answer is going to be no. And that's kind of the way it plays out in the book as well.
Huh.
And
I was told by Ryan that he did.
okay, I'm
Egg
getting
go.
to that.
But
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
getting to that. Because what ends up happening both in the show and in the book is that Egg shows up on his own to talk with Dunk, and he says, I have leave of my father to join you as a squire, or something to that effect. And it's handled well up to that point. The problem the show has is we get an extra scene after the end title card, Knight of the Nine Kingdoms, which will be explained momentarily. That oh yeah, the Targaryens are leaving Ashford, and Makar's, running up and down the lines looking for Egg. He's like, where the fuck is he? Basically implying, oh wait, he didn't actually get permission from his father to join Dunk. That's just something he kind of did on his own. He ran away again. Where it's like, yeah, that I could see how that would cause problems without having read the other books, that they added that into the show where it wasn't there in the books. In the books, it seems like it's explicit that he didn't Makar didn't tell Dunk what his decision was. He had to go think about it, and he ended up deciding Dunk is right, I'll send Egg with him. And that's why Egg delivers the news to Dunk that my father has given me leave to join you. Whereas in the show, that still plays out, but we have the extra scene that kind of fucks it all up. But yeah, anyways, before Egg catches up with Dunk, Sweetfoot comes running up, and Raymond Fossaway bought her to give her back to Dunk. And Dunk ends up saying, maybe it's best she go with you. She would enjoy living in an apple orchard. And yeah, it's Raymond Fossaway's horse now. And we hear a last little bit for his story of, oh yeah, my father wants to start up a new cider operation, cider barreling operation. And it's implied he's going to be taking control of that, basically. So yeah, he gets Sweetfoot and he goes off, and that's the end of Raymond Fossaway's story for now. Dunk has a penny, and he nails it into the tree he was sleeping under in honor of Arlen, a penny tree. Egg shows up, and that's when he says his father has given him leave to join Dunk. Dunk says, oh yeah, we could go anywhere in the 7 kingdoms, and Egg is like, 9 kingdoms, and Dunk is like, what do you mean? There's only 7 kingdoms, and Egg lists them all off. And Dunk is shocked at this, because it's like, why is it called the 7 kingdoms when there's 9 of them? And it's just an amusing little back and forth.
Changes Nine Kingdoms.
Yeah, the title is Knight of the Nine Kingdoms. But then we get what should be the final shot of the show, which I know everyone liked this at the end. I really like this too. It's really good. We see Dunk and Egg walking off down the road, and with them is Sir Arlen of Pennytree on Sweetfoot. We know Arlen is dead, and Sweetfoot is off with Raymond Fossaway, so this is, purely just a visual thing where, yeah, Sir Arlen, he turns a corner or turns off into a field and walks off away from them. It's just kind of a really nice send-off to the show. Yeah, I really like it. And of course, we get the final scene with Makar that I already mentioned, looking for Egg.
Yep.
And
season 2 is next year as well.
Yeah, we don't have to wait 1.5 years or 2 years or 3 years for this.
And I think House of Dragon it's last season. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I think that was only supposed to be 3 seasons.
There was speculation of 4, but apparently it'll be 3.
All right.
Uh,
Hopefully they stick the landing.
Yep, and hopefully they do well with the second season. But who knows at this point?
Do you guys have anything you want to end off coverage on before I read super chats?
Mm, other than the fact that I'm just really excited for season 2.
Yeah.
I am really excited for season 2. I really want to see it.
Yeah, it's probably my favorite show of the year, and yeah, I really love it. I was always meant to read the book before the show came out, and yeah, I'm glad I watched it. It's definitely tickled my fancy. It's exactly the kind of this show is my cup of tea, basically.
Yeah.
Just a simple, nice story about a knight looking to be honorable, and yeah, I just love that aspect of it, and yeah, definitely looking forward to season 2.
Yeah. We'll probably be back here next year doing this again after season 2. Hopefully a bit closer to the end of season 2 rather than like a month and a half after or however long it's been.
Yes. Please.
Sorry. Anyways, 20 NOK from the Voices Will Not Stop. Thank you. On-screen chat is top chat only. Amateur SMH. I'm sorry. $5 from Bentastic197. Thank you. Stag is back. Please stop gifting us so much. We can only get stiff so hard. What? No. $5 from some shambler. Thank you. Harry Potter and the Society of Magical... I don't know if I could say that word.
Knees that grow.
Yeah.
Hey.
$2 from Miston M. Thank you. Won't be able to watch everything, but here, Cree. Hello, I hope you're doing well. And 19-month membership message from some shambler. Thank you. Hi, Pagan.
Hello.
And that's everything. TruePop, shill your channel.
Hey everyone. You can check out my channel at TruePopCulture7. I've unfortunately not been uploading anything for a while. I've been bashing Persona 5 for a long while. A new game that I found that was free for PS Plus, and I've just been playing that relentlessly. But I do have some good news. I will be doing a live stream tomorrow, 8 p.m. UK time, to discuss Project Hail Mary, along with Capital Opinions. That's going to be a great talk. Really like that movie in the cinema. I recommend you guys go see it as well as this.
I was planning to see it yesterday or today, actually, but I obviously didn't end up doing that. I'm going to go see it on Friday.
Oh, definitely worth watching. It's also based on a book. I've read the book, but I think I like the movie better. Definitely recommend it. It's wholesome, fun, and I can't remember the last time I felt invested in a film that I watched in the cinema.
Nice.
So it was definitely a relief. So yeah, live stream on that tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
Sounds good.
And I think that's all I have to show. Yeah, thank you for having me on. It was a pleasure to talk about this little
Thank you for coming on.
night
It's
show.
very much appreciated.
You're
Pagan.
welcome.
Meh.
Pagan's dead, oh no. Shill your stuff.
I have a YouTube channel. I sometimes post stuff to it. You should check it out.
It's
I think
okay.
it's in the description.
It's okay, chat. The beatings will continue until he uploads more. As for me, well, you don't really need to find my channel since we're on it, but still working away at the Fallout Season 2 video. I have the intro section recorded, and I'm still, like, in mid-redraft for most of the rest of it and trying to get the final sections together. I'm at a point where I can only really script it at home. I can't really do any work on my breaks at work, so I'm gonna try to manage my time a bit better than I have been. I hope to have it out month or two, maybe. Hopefully. We'll see how it goes. But that's all for now. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated, and we'll see you next time, whenever that may be. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night. Bye.
See ya.